The intricate genesis of the Dacian people, a distinct and formidable entity, is inextricably linked to the elaborate mosaic of Thracian tribal confederations that held sway over the expansive reaches of southeastern Europe during the nascent stages of the Iron Age. These Thracians, a diverse assemblage of Indo-European-speaking peoples, had firmly entrenched their dominion across an immense geographical expanse, stretching majestically from the sun-drenched Aegean Sea to the formidable peaks of the Carpathian Mountains, a presence solidified by the 8th century BC. Within this vast and variegated Thracian realm, the progenitors of the Dacians embarked upon a protracted and organic journey, gradually forging their unique identity through a nuanced interplay of cultural differentiation and strategic territorial consolidation. These Thracian tribal confederations functioned not as a monolithic empire, but rather as an intricate, somewhat fluid network comprising numerous related, yet resolutely autonomous groups. Each possessed its own revered chieftains, formidable warrior bands, and cherished local customs, even while they collectively upheld fundamental linguistic ties, shared religious tenets, and common cultural elements that bound them in a broader ethnic kinship. Ancient Greek sources, notably those emerging from the 7th and 6th centuries BC, vividly portrayed the Thracians as exceptionally fierce warriors, renowned for their intricate and elaborate burial rituals, and celebrated for their sophisticated metalworking traditions. Yet, these very same historical accounts concurrently began to discern and articulate distinctions among various Thracian subgroups, meticulously cataloging observed divergences in their characteristic settlement patterns, their precise military organization, and their particular religious practices, hinting at an evolving internal diversity. Compelling archaeological evidence strongly suggests that the Proto-Dacian tribes initiated the process of asserting their distinctive identity during the 6th century BC, particularly within the strategic regions situated immediately north of the majestic Danube River. This crucial differentiation process gained considerable momentum and accelerated significantly as these northern Thracian groups encountered and adeptly responded to a unique array of environmental challenges and opportunities, starkly contrasting with those faced by their southern kin. The rugged, imposing mountainous terrain of the Carpathians, coupled with the expansive, fertile plains of Transylvania, collectively forged unparalleled conditions that actively nurtured the development of highly specialized agricultural techniques. Robust defensive strategies adapted to the landscape, and intricate, far-reaching trade networks that facilitated their burgeoning economy. The pervasive and profound influence of the Hallstatt culture, which held sway across Central Europe from approximately 800 to 450 BC, played an undeniably crucial role in meticulously shaping the nascent material culture of the early Dacians. Hallstatt's advanced ironworking techniques, a hallmark of its technological prowess, gradually diffused eastward through dynamic trade networks and significant population movements, eventually reaching the strategic Carpathian Basin during the 7th century BC. Dacian smiths, exhibiting remarkable ingenuity, expertly adapted these sophisticated techniques to suit their own specific local requirements, leading to the development of a distinctive array of iron tools, formidable weapons, and innovative agricultural implements. The characteristic Dacian curved sword, famously known as the falx, a weapon that would become synonymous with their martial prowess, evolved during this transformative period, drawing inspiration from earlier Hallstatt ironworking traditions, while seamlessly integrating local innovations in blade design and metallurgical practices. Furthermore, Hallstatt burial practices also profoundly influenced Dacian funerary customs, though the Dacians, with their own unique spiritual insights, thoughtfully modified these traditions to align with their particular spiritual beliefs and cultural sensibilities. Revealing significant insights into early Dacian life, archaeological excavations at pivotal sites such as Ferig and Balta Verde have unearthed compelling evidence of cremation burials. These interments were consistently accompanied by a rich assortment of grave goods, including finely crafted iron weapons, intricate bronze ornaments, and distinctive pottery that unmistakably exhibits clear Hallstatt influences, yet simultaneously retains profoundly local characteristics. The pottery, in particular, stands as a testament to this cultural synthesis, displaying a truly unique combination of sophisticated Hallstatt decorative motifs seamlessly interwoven with indigenous Thracian geometric patterns. This artistic amalgamation culminated in the creation of a recognizable hybrid style that, through extensive cultural exchange and shared aesthetic preferences, became progressively standardized and ubiquitous across the burgeoning Dacian territories. The subsequent transition from the established Hallstatt to the dynamic La Tène cultural influences, commencing around 450 BC, heralded another profoundly significant phase in the trajectory of Dacian cultural development. La Tène artistic styles, renowned for their characteristic flowing curvilinear designs and exceptionally sophisticated metalwork, permeated Dacian lands primarily through the widespread Celtic migrations and burgeoning trade contacts. However, the Dacians, demonstrating their discerning cultural autonomy, selectively adopted these incoming La Tène elements, meticulously integrating them while steadfastly preserving and maintaining their own deeply rooted artistic traditions. This nuanced approach resulted in a distinctive and innovative synthesis, a unique cultural blend that archaeologists can readily trace and analyze through the diverse array of jewelry, weapons, and decorative objects recovered from countless excavation sites throughout their ancient domain. It was during this very period of intense cultural synthesis that Dacian fortifications began to develop their truly characteristic and formidable features. The earliest Dacian settlements were typically strategically situated on elevated positions, ingeniously capitalizing on natural defensive features such as commanding hilltops, protective river bends, and precipitously steep slopes. These initial fortifications primarily comprised robust earth and timber ramparts, meticulously reinforced with sturdy stone foundations, a pragmatic construction technique that skillfully combined the advanced defensive innovations introduced by Celtic peoples with time-honored local building traditions. The renowned Murus Dacius, or Dacian Wall, a marvel of ancient military engineering, progressively evolved from these foundational defensive structures, incorporating increasingly sophisticated dry stone masonry techniques that ultimately resulted in the creation of virtually impregnable fortifications, a testament to Dacian ingenuity and resilience. An analysis of settlement patterns across Dacian territories vividly reveals a well-defined hierarchical organization, indicative of a mature and structured society. Major fortified centers served as powerful nuclei, exerting significant control over the surrounding agricultural communities and vital resource extraction sites. Grand settlements, such as Sarmizegetusa Regia, nestled majestically within the Orashti Mountains, functioned as paramount political and religious centers, while a network of smaller hill forts strategically commanded crucial passes, vital river crossings, and rich mining areas. The intelligent distribution and interconnectedness of these settlements unequivocally point towards a sophisticated understanding of territorial control and meticulous resource management, a level of societal organization that extended far beyond the rudimentary framework of simple tribal structures. The geographic distribution of Dacian tribes encompassed a truly vast and impressive area, securely centered on the Carpathian Basin, but extending significantly beyond these natural boundaries. This formidable Dacian territory predominantly included the majority of modern-day Romania, with the fertile and strategically vital region of Transylvania serving as its undisputed political and cultural heartland. However, Dacian influence radiated far beyond these core lands, reaching northward into parts of present-day Ukraine, westward into Hungary, southward across the Danube into Bulgaria, and eastward into Moldova. This extensive territorial range, it is crucial to note, was not uniformly controlled by a singular, centralized authority, but rather represented a complex and dynamic network of allied tribes, intricate tributary relationships, and overlapping cultural influence zones, reflecting a nuanced geopolitical landscape. The majestic Carpathian Mountains themselves played an undeniably crucial and multifaceted role in shaping Dacian territorial organization and fostering their societal development. These formidable ranges provided not only natural defensive barriers, offering protection against external aggressors, but also harbored immensely rich deposits of precious gold, gleaming silver, robust iron, and vital salt, which collectively formed the very foundation of Dacian wealth and burgeoning power. The Dacians, demonstrating remarkable engineering prowess, developed sophisticated mining techniques, creating extensive underground networks that skillfully extracted these invaluable precious metals from significant sites such as Roșia Montana and Zlatna. These large-scale mining operations necessitated highly coordinated labor forces and specialized technical expertise, elements that profoundly contributed to the development and strengthening of centralized political authority within their society. Concurrently, Transylvania's fertile valleys and expansive plateaus sustained dense agricultural populations, which in turn provided the essential demographic foundation for Dacian military strength and political power. The region's exceptional agricultural productivity, synergistically combined with its abundant mineral wealth and advantageous strategic location, rendered it the natural and undeniable center of Dacian civilization. Indeed, archaeological surveys have meticulously identified hundreds of Dacian settlements throughout Transylvania, ranging from modest farming villages to imposing major fortified centers, all indicative of a sophisticated settlement hierarchy and a well-established administrative system. The discernible Dacian presence within the Moldavian region served as a clear indicator of both their territorial expansion and the significant reach of their cultural influence. Archaeological evidence conclusively suggests that Dacian tribes strategically established settlements along the vital Prut and Dniester rivers, thereby creating a crucial network of communities that effectively controlled important trade routes. These arteries of commerce connected the resource-rich Carpathian region with the vast Pontic steppes and the flourishing Greek colonies situated along the Black Sea coast. Notably, these eastern Dacian settlements meticulously maintained close cultural connections with their Transylvanian heartland, even as they pragmatically adapted to the distinct environmental and political conditions characteristic of the Eastern European plain, demonstrating their flexibility and resilience. The religious practices among the early Dacians were fundamentally centered upon the veneration of Zalmoxis, a singular deity whose pervasive cult represented a truly unique synthesis of ancient Thracian spiritual traditions, indigenous local innovations, and possibly even external influences. According to venerable Greek sources, most notably the historian Herodotus, Zalmoxis was regarded not merely as a god, but also as a revered legendary figure who had imparted profound wisdom to the Dacians concerning the immortality of the soul and the principles of proper religious conduct. The pervasive cult of Zalmoxis unequivocally emphasized the enduring continuity of existence after death, a deeply ingrained belief that profoundly influenced Dacian attitudes toward warfare, their ritualistic practices of sacrifice, and the very fabric of their social organization, instilling a distinctive fearlessness and sense of purpose. Zalmoxis worship seamlessly incorporated elements of sky god veneration, a spiritual concept common among many Indo-European peoples. Yet the Dacians meticulously developed truly unique ritual practices that distinctly set their religion apart from other Thracian traditions. Sacred groves, verdant and hallowed, played an absolutely central role in Dacian religious practice, with specific forest areas designated as holy sites where solemn and important ceremonies, alongside significant sacrifices, regularly took place. These sacred spaces were not only carefully maintained, but also rigorously protected, often strategically located near major settlements or formidable fortifications, thereby enabling them to serve crucial dual functions, both deeply religious and overtly political, reinforcing communal identity and leadership. The comprehensive development of distinctive Dacian spiritual beliefs involved the intricate integration of deeply rooted local animistic traditions with more sophisticated theological concepts, which were possibly derived from their extensive contact with Greek philosophical ideas. Indeed, some discerning scholars suggest that the profound emphasis on soul immortality, a cornerstone of Zalmoxis worship, reflects a tangible influence from Orphic or Pythagorean teachings, though it is clear that the Dacians expertly adapted and assimilated these concepts within their own unique cultural framework. The ultimate result was a robust and enduring religious system that provided both profound spiritual comfort and unwavering social cohesion, thereby powerfully reinforcing tribal identity and legitimizing political authority through undeniable divine sanction. Dacian religious practices also encompassed elaborate funerary rituals that served as tangible reflections of their deeply held beliefs concerning death and the intricate nature of the afterlife. Archaeological evidence meticulously gathered from numerous burial sites consistently indicates that the Dacians practiced both cremation and inhumation, with the particular choice of burial method potentially signaling nuances in social status, adherence to regional traditions, or even temporal shifts in religious practice over generations. The rich array of grave goods discovered at Dacian burial sites, including formidable weapons, exquisite jewelry, utilitarian pottery, and carefully prepared food offerings, strongly suggests a pervasive belief in the deceased's continued existence and their anticipated needs within the spiritual realm of the afterlife. The sacerdotal order within Dacian society wielded profound sway in both temporal and spiritual realms, serving as trusted confidants for the various tribal chieftains and acting as custodians of time-honored customs. These ecclesiastical leaders diligently upheld an intricate tapestry of spoken narratives that safeguarded the ancestral recollections, the intricate lineages of their people, and an esoteric understanding of the divine, all indispensable to the very essence of Dacian heritage. This harmonious fusion of sacerdotal and gubernatorial power forged a distinct framework of administration that intertwined pragmatic management with an undeniable celestial sanction, thereby imparting both steadfastness and enduring coherence throughout the disparate enclaves of the Dacian populace. A profound metamorphosis from disparate, loosely confederated tribal groupings into cohesive, centralized political structures signified a pivotal reorientation in Dacian society, spanning the 5th to the 3rd centuries before the Common Era. The genesis of this unification endeavor originated with enterprising regional potentates who perceived that the prevailing territorial disunity rendered each autonomous clan susceptible to incursions from without and internecine strife from within. The rugged topography of the Carpathian mountain range, while offering inherent strategic benefits for defense, simultaneously fostered secluded enclaves of habitation which had historically functioned with complete autonomy. Dismantling these entrenched divisions necessitated a dual mastery of martial capability and astute negotiation, for the ascendant leaders were compelled to persuade independent tribal heads to cede segments of their sovereign power in exchange for enhanced collective safeguarding and mutual advancement. The initial consolidated Dacian polities first took root within the geologically endowed territories of Transylvania, where mastery over lucrative gold and silver extraction enterprises furnished the indispensable financial bedrock for sustaining expanded martial contingents and sophisticated governmental apparatuses. Excavations at locales such as Piatra Roșie and Capulna uncover the erection of increasingly elaborate defensive bulwarks throughout this epoch, characterized by intricate, multi-tiered protection mechanisms designed to safeguard not merely singular habitations, but comprehensive riverine systems. Such formidable strongholds functioned as nodal points for the exertion of authority, enabling aspiring leaders to propagate their dominion across contiguous domains utilizing a tripartite strategy encompassing martial coercion, fiscal enticements, and strategic matrimonial bonds. The unification trajectory generally adhered to a discernible sequence where victorious chieftains initially established dominion over their proximate topographical areas, subsequently extending their suzerainty progressively, whether through military subjugation or the consensual capitulation of neighboring domains. The prominent Orăști Mountains emerged as a pivotal nexus for this integrating movement, owing to their advantageous geographical placement, substantial mineral deposits, and inherently defensible topography. Leaders commanding vital mountain thoroughfares possessed the capacity to orchestrate commercial traffic, levy imposts, and simultaneously project martial might across numerous vales. Such a topographical boon enabled particular potentates to amass both material wealth and human capital, at velocities significantly surpassing those of their rivals, thereby expediting the genesis of nascent monarchical structures. Matrimonial pacts proved instrumental in the process of territorial amalgamation, with leaders endeavoring to interweave erstwhile adversaries into expansive familial matrices, thereby diminishing the propensity for subsequent hostilities. Such unions frequently entailed intricate diplomatic deliberations pertaining to geopolitical demarcations, accords on shared natural assets, and mutual martial commitments during periods of external peril. The assimilation of previously autonomous tribal groups demanded a meticulous equilibrium between upholding indigenous traditions and instituting coherent governmental frameworks. Adept potentates exhibited extraordinary statesmanship in safeguarding distinctive tribal essences, even as they cultivated paramount fealty to the nascent monarchical order. The evolution of Dacian martial structures throughout this epoch mirrored both pragmatic imperatives and deeply ingrained societal tenets, which extolled individual martial excellence within the context of synchronized collective maneuvers. Historically, Dacian combatants engaged in warfare as singular champions, striving for individual renown through displays of valor and battlefield virtuosity. Nevertheless, the escalating magnitude of regional confrontations necessitated the adoption of more regimented formations and harmonized strategic approaches capable of robustly engaging well-structured adversarial contingents. Such a paradigm shift, from singular heroic engagements to a methodical martial framework, constituted a profound societal adjustment, one that judiciously preserved established warrior customs concurrently with amplifying overall operational efficacy. The distinctive falx emerged as the emblematic armament of Dacian martial units throughout this period of unification, transforming from rudimentary curved blade prototypes into a supremely specialized, two-handed implement, demonstrating formidable destructive potential against both foot soldiers and mounted adversaries alike. This formidable weapon typically spanned a length of roughly 4 to 5 feet, characterized by a crescentic blade extending from a linear shaft, thereby forging an instrument that integrated the cleaving force of an axe with the extended range inherent to a polearm. Artisan blacksmiths among the Dacians perfected advanced metallurgical processes to forge falx blades that not only retained keen, incisive edges, but also exhibited ample pliancy to absorb kinetic shock without succumbing to fracture. The strategic deployment of combatants armed with the falx necessitated rigorous drilling and meticulous synchronization, given that the armament's optimal utility hinged upon exact temporal execution and stringent tactical alignment. Dacian martial commanders devised specialized combat arrays designed to amplify the falx's inherent strengths while concurrently mitigating its intrinsic weaknesses. This formidable implement demonstrated exceptional efficacy when confronting heavily armored adversaries, for its crescentic edge possessed the capacity to circumvent defensive shields and inflict grievous lacerations upon unprotected extremities or cervical regions. Nonetheless, those wielding the falx remained susceptible during the weapon's retraction interval subsequent to each forceful blow, thereby necessitating the presence of auxiliary forces equipped with bucklers and more compact weaponry to safeguard them amidst the fray. Dacian strategies for defense integrated a nuanced comprehension of topographical benefits and the tenets of siegecraft, which evinced both autochthonous martial legacies and novel approaches acquired via interaction with Mediterranean polities. The erection of elevated defensive strongholds conformed to recognized methodologies, yet Dacian architects conceived singular structural resolutions which optimized protective efficacy whilst concurrently curtailing both expenditure on construction and demands for manpower. The renowned Murus Dacius stood as the apotheosis of these defensive advancements, engineering rampart configurations capable of enduring protracted blockades while necessitating comparatively minimal upkeep. The unique building methodology of the Murus Dacius entailed the fabrication of a skeletal structure comprising horizontal timber beams secured by upright wooden pillars, subsequently infilling the intervening voids with meticulously cut and placed stone blocks. This innovative architectural approach yielded ramparts endowed with both inherent pliancy and robust resilience, rendering them capable of absorbing the percussive force of siege engines without structural disintegration, while simultaneously posing formidable impediments to direct frontal incursions. The integrated timber matrix effectively disseminated tensile and compressive forces across the entirety of the wall's fabric, thereby forestalling localized points of collapse that might otherwise furnish vulnerabilities for assaulting contingents. Furthermore, Dacian master builders integrated sophisticated water management conduits within their defensive edifices, designed to obviate hydrological damage and the destabilizing effects of freeze-thaw cycles that could compromise the integrity of the stone footings. The martial ethos prevalent among the Dacians underscored individual valor, unwavering allegiance to their leaders, and profound spiritual commitment, elements that collectively forged exceptionally driven armed contingents capable of prolonged opposition even when facing numerical superiority. The incorporation of the veneration of Zalmoxis into their martial traditions afforded a sacred rationale for proactive combat operations, concurrently attenuating the dread of demise among warriors convinced of the imperishability of the soul. This profound spiritual facet of Dacian military life engendered distinct psychological benefits that frequently caught external adversaries unawares, those who invariably misjudged the unwavering Dacian resolve and fortitude in engagement. The founding of principal Dacian habitations throughout this epoch was predicated upon both strategic protective requirements and propitious commercial prospects, factors that profoundly influenced the configuration of the nascent monarchical entity. Sarmizegetusa Regia, situated within the Orashti mountain range, commenced its evolution as a fortified encampment during the 3rd century before the Common Era, albeit its transformation into the preeminent Dacian political and spiritual nucleus transpired incrementally across multiple successions of generations. The deliberate choice of this locale evinced meticulous deliberation regarding its inherent defensive attributes, availability of water sources, agrarian fecundity, and propinquity to valuable mineral deposits, all essential for sustaining a sizable, enduring populace. Initial building endeavors at Sarmizegetusa Regia were predominantly directed towards protective bulwarks designed to safeguard the central districts of the habitation while simultaneously offering sanctuary to the adjacent agrarian populations during periods of strife. The inherent topographical merits of the location encompassed precipitous gradients on various flanks, dependable hydrological provisions, and panoramic vistas overlooking the contiguous vales, which collectively afforded advanced intelligence regarding the ingress of hostile forces. Ingenious Dacian craftsmen augmented these intrinsic geographical characteristics through extensive terracing initiatives, which not only fashioned planar surfaces suitable for edification, but also bolstered the steadfastness of the inclines via robust stone revetments. The hallowed enclosure at Sarmizegetusa Regia evolved in tandem with the defensive superstructures of the settlement, thereby manifesting the seamless amalgamation of spiritual and gubernatorial power that defined the organizational paradigm of the Dacian monarchy. Excavations conducted by archaeologists have brought to light the foundational vestiges of both circular and rectilinear temple edifices, which ingeniously integrated elements of both lithic and ligneous construction. These consecrated edifices fulfilled a multiplicity of roles, functioning as primary devotional sites, convocation venues for tribal assemblies, and secure depositories for hallowed artifacts and ancestral riches, all of which served as potent emblems of sovereign authority. Other significant Dacian strongholds, situated within the formidable Orashti Mountains, evolved along comparable trajectories, with strategic locations such as Kostești, Cetățuia, Blidaru, and Piatra Roșie, fulfilling distinct and crucial roles within a sophisticated, interconnected defensive system. Kostești Cetățuia, for instance, exerted dominion over vital entry points originating from the southern and western territories, its commanding altitude simultaneously furnishing essential visual communication pathways to neighboring fortifications through the coordinated use of signal fires and ascending smoke plumes. The architectural design of this particular stronghold meticulously integrated a series of concentric defensive perimeters, ingeniously contrived to funnel invading armies into pre-established zones of engagement and attrition, while simultaneously safeguarding secure egress routes for the garrison defenders. Blidaru functioned dually as a formidable military bastion and a revered spiritual sanctuary, with extensive archaeological findings unequivocally demonstrating the coexistence of robust defensive edifices and sacred temple complexes. Its strategic placement afforded mastery over pivotal mountain defiles, concurrently sustaining vital communication arteries with the paramount administrative and religious hubs located at Sarmazagatusa Regia. Furthermore, the ingenious Dacian engineers at Blidaru pioneered sophisticated water conservation methodologies, meticulously harvesting and impounding precipitation in subterranean reservoirs, thereby guaranteeing an unfailing supply of potable water throughout protracted periods of siege. The fundamental economic underpinnings of the burgeoning Dacian polities were firmly established upon intricate and multifaceted production frameworks that seamlessly integrated abundant agricultural yields, diligent mineral exploitation, sophisticated artisanal production, and extensive commercial interactions spanning considerable distances. The agrarian methodologies employed by the Dacians had undergone a profound transformation, moving decisively beyond rudimentary subsistence farming to embrace highly specialized cultivation of various crops, meticulously organized animal-rearing enterprises, and advanced food preparation techniques, all of which culminated in the generation of substantial, commercially viable surpluses. The exceptionally fertile riverine lowlands of Transylvania demonstrated an extraordinary aptitude for the cultivation of cereals, with comprehensive archaeological findings corroborating the systematic propagation of staple grains such as wheat, barley, millet, and an assortment of legumes, which collectively served as vital sustenance for human populations and indispensable fodder for livestock. Dacian agriculturalists pioneered intricate crop rotation methodologies, a practice instrumental in preserving the long-term fecundity of the soil while simultaneously optimizing harvest outputs. These advanced agrarian techniques represented a synthesis of inherited indigenous wisdom and progressive innovations assimilated through sustained interaction with established Mediterranean farming practices. The widespread adoption of robust iron plowshares, a technological advancement that gained considerable traction throughout the 4th century BC, dramatically augmented agricultural efficiency by facilitating more profound soil aeration and significantly streamlining the preparatory stages of land cultivation. Furthermore, Dacian agrarian collectives engineered bespoke implements for the harvesting, processing, and long-term storage of cereal crops. thereby mitigating manual labor demands while simultaneously enhancing the intrinsic quality and extending the shelf life of foodstuffs. The comprehensive practice of animal husbandry among the Dacian populace prominently featured the rearing of cattle, sheep, goats, and pigs, creatures that yielded a multitude of invaluable commodities, including succulent meat, nourishing dairy provisions, durable leather, fine wool, and an array of other indispensable resources, fulfilling both the immediate requirements of local consumption and the broader objectives of commercial exchange. Dacian pastoralists ingeniously devised sophisticated transhumance strategies, systematically relocating their herds and flocks between disparate seasonal grazing grounds. This practice served the dual purpose of fully exploiting available forage resources and simultaneously alleviating the ecological burden on cultivated agricultural territories. The rugged, undulating topography characteristic of Dacian domains proved exceptionally conducive to the specialized herding of sheep and goats, with expansive high-altitude grasslands furnishing superb pasturage during the warmer summer months, while sheltered, verdant valleys afforded crucial refuge and sustenance throughout the colder winter periods. Artisanal metalworking constituted arguably the most advanced and economically pivotal craft endeavor within Dacian society. With the diligent extraction of gold and silver from subterranean deposits generating the substantial affluence indispensable for upholding robust, centralized political frameworks and sustaining formidable military contingents. The mineral-rich Apuseni Mountains harbored a profusion of auriferous veins, which Dacian prospectors meticulously exploited through a combination of open-pit surface mining techniques and intricate underground shaft operations. Extensive archaeological inquiries conducted at historically significant locations, such as Rosia Montana, have brought to light vast and elaborate ancient mining infrastructures encompassing deep vertical shafts, sprawling horizontal galleries, and ingenious drainage mechanisms, all of which facilitated the extraction of precious ores from considerable subterranean depths. The sophisticated mining methodologies employed by the Dacians represented a skillful amalgamation of native ingenuity and advanced techniques acquired through sustained cultural and commercial interactions with the technologically developed Mediterranean civilizations. A prime example was the strategic application of fire setting, a laborious but effective process utilized to induce fracturing in obdurate rock formations, thereby granting miners access to valuable ore deposits that would have been utterly unattainable through the sole reliance on rudimentary hand tools. This particular technique entailed the deliberate superheating of rock faces by means of intensely burning fires, followed by their abrupt quenching with cold water. This sudden temperature differential generated significant thermal shock fractures, which could then be systematically enlarged and exploited using specialized picks and wedges. Furthermore, Dacian miners pioneered hydraulic mining practices, skillfully diverting natural stream waters to meticulously wash gold-bearing gravels, thereby efficiently separating the coveted precious metals from extraneous, valueless material. The intricate endeavors of silver extraction within Dacian domains primarily targeted lead-silver ore deposits, necessitating considerably more elaborate and refined extraction and processing protocols compared to the methods employed for gold mining. Dacian metallurgists, demonstrating remarkable chemical acumen, innovated sophisticated procedures that meticulously segregated silver from lead by means of precisely controlled heating cycles and deliberate oxidation processes. The successful execution of these specialized techniques demanded purpose-built furnaces, scrupulous regulation of ambient temperatures, and the expertise of highly proficient artisans who possessed an intimate comprehension of the complex chemical transformations inherent in the purification of metals. The superior quality silver thus produced emerged as an indispensable commercial asset, significantly fostering and streamlining robust trade alliances with the flourishing Greek colonies and other influential Mediterranean civilizations. Robust commercial partnerships between the disparate Dacian kingdoms and the Hellenic colonial settlements strategically positioned along the Black Sea. Littoral flourished notably during the 4th and 3rd centuries BC, giving rise to intricate mercantile networks. These networks orchestrated a reciprocal exchange, with Dacian lands providing essential raw materials in return for sophisticated manufactured commodities, coveted luxury articles, and significant cultural influences. Greek colonies such as Histria, Tomis, and Calatis functioned as pivotal intermediary trade emporia, effectively bridging Dacian territories with the expansive commercial ecosystems of the wider Mediterranean world. Dacian traders diligently conveyed valuable resources like gold, silver, surplus agricultural produce, livestock, and artisanal craft goods to these bustling coastal marketplaces. In exchange, they procured prized commodities including fine wines, aromatic olive oil, distinctive pottery, intricate metalwork, and a plethora of other industrially produced items. The progressive establishment of standardized systems for weights and measures significantly streamlined these burgeoning trade relationships, fostering common commercial benchmarks that consequently mitigated transaction overheads and minimized potential disputes. Archaeological corroboration strongly suggests that Dacian territories selectively assimilated adapted versions of Greek commercial metrics, concurrently upholding their traditional indigenous measurement systems for internal, localized transactions. This ingenious dual system empowered Dacian merchants to engage proficiently in international commerce, while simultaneously safeguarding established commercial customs within their sovereign domains. Ultimately, the sophisticated commercial arteries and resilient political frameworks that had gradually matured over preceding centuries collectively forged the bedrock upon which an exceptional leader would subsequently construct the inaugural unified Dacian state. Approximately in 70 BC, a formidable chieftain by the name of Burebista materialized from the time-honored centers of authority nestled within the Apuseni Mountains, harboring aspirations that vastly transcended the localized regional monarchies which had defined Dacian political structures for countless generations. In stark contrast to his forerunners, who had largely concentrated their efforts on solidifying dominion exclusively within the Carpathian Basin, Burebista conceived of an expansive Dacian confederation destined to exert supremacy across the entirety of southeastern Europe, stretching from the Black Sea shores to the vast Pannonian Plain. Burebista's ascent to paramount leadership coincided with an epoch of intensifying external pressures that gravely jeopardized the long-cherished independence of the Dacian people. Incursions by Celtic migratory groups from the Western territories introduced novel military doctrines and distinct political organizations, directly challenging established territorial demarcations. Concurrently, the relentless Roman expansion throughout the Balkans generated unprecedented perils for vital Dacian commercial conduits and their inherent political autonomy. Furthermore, the Greek colonies fringing the Black Sea coastline found themselves subjected to escalating duress from both Roman and Pontic military forces, thereby severely disrupting the intricate trade networks that had become absolutely indispensable to Dacian economic vitality. These multifarious and converging challenges mandated strategic responses that far surpassed the capabilities of individual, fragmented kingdoms, thereby cultivating fertile ground for the emergence of leaders capable of articulating compelling visions of unified resistance and meticulously coordinated collective action. The inaugural stage of Burebista's ambitious campaign for political consolidation concentrated on firmly establishing suzerainty over the Carpathian territories situated within Transylvania, a strategic objective achieved through a judicious blend of decisive military conquest, shrewd diplomatic overtures, and astute religious legitimization. Archaeological investigations pertaining to this epoch reveal extensive construction undertakings at pivotal fortification sites, strongly implying that Burebista dedicated substantial resources to bolstering defensive infrastructures while concurrently assembling the formidable military contingents essential for subsequent territorial expansion. The augmentation of pre-existing fortifications at Sarmizegetusa Regia, for instance, encompassed the erection of supplementary defensive ramparts, the expansion of logistical storage facilities, and the enlargement of residential quarters, designed to accommodate an increased complement of administrative personnel and military forces. Burebista's restructured military apparatus seamlessly integrated the venerable Dacian warrior ethos with a series of tactical innovations that markedly amplified battlefield efficacy against a spectrum of enemy combatants. While the formidable falx persisted as the quintessential weapon of Dacian heavy infantry, Burebista's armed forces were also comprised of specialized detachments, outfitted with spears, protective shields, and defensive armor, capable of engaging adversary formations, utilizing more conventional martial strategies. This deliberate military diversification empowered Dacian armies to dynamically tailor their combat doctrines to specific battlefield exigencies and the particular capabilities of their foes, rather than being confined solely to traditional fighting techniques that could prove ineffectual against highly organized opposition. The comprehensive recruitment framework that underpinned Burebista's military aggrandizement drew systematically upon the entire Dacian populace through a system of civic obligations that fused time-honored warrior service with a more formalized and extensive military organizational structure. Burebista's ascent to power heralded a significant transformation within Dacian society, particularly concerning its military organization. Young men, typically drawn from the agrarian heartlands, underwent rigorous instruction in various aspects of warfare, encompassing proficient weapons handling, intricate formation fighting maneuvers, and advanced siege warfare protocols. This intensive regimen meticulously molded them from sporadic tribal combatants into a formidable cadre of professional soldiers, fully equipped for prolonged and arduous campaign operations. Such a comprehensive military professionalization demanded substantial financial outlays to underwrite extensive training curricula, facilitate the systematic production of armaments and materiel, and manage the intricate logistical frameworks essential for sustaining armies in the field for extended periods. Burebista's strategic consolidation of the diverse Dacian tribes unfolded with methodical precision across the expansive Carpathian territories. Each successive integration of a new tribal entity furnished additional vital resources and an augmented pool of manpower, thereby fueling subsequent expansionary endeavors. This intricate process frequently commenced with astute diplomatic overtures, which skillfully underscored shared cultural heritage, interwoven religious convictions, and the reciprocal advantages inherent in political collaboration. Tribal chieftains who acquiesced to Burebista's overarching authority were generally permitted to retain considerable autonomy over their localized affairs, provided they contributed military contingents and rendered tribute payments to the burgeoning Central Confederation. Conversely, those who defiantly resisted faced meticulously coordinated military offensives that synergistically combined direct frontal assaults with strategic economic pressures, specifically calibrated to isolate dissenting factions and induce defections among their adherents. The complex task of integrating former adversaries into Burebista's unified confederation necessitated the establishment of highly sophisticated administrative infrastructures capable of effectively governing diverse populations while simultaneously upholding a state of perpetual military readiness for ceaseless expansion. During this transformative epoch, Dacian administrative methodologies ingeniously fused elements of time-honored tribal governance with groundbreaking innovations, thereby enabling centralized coordination across an increasingly vast and disparate territorial expanse. While local chieftains maintained jurisdiction over the immediate concerns of their communities, pivotal decisions pertaining to large-scale military campaigns, the judicious allocation of resources, and critical external relationships invariably mandated the explicit endorsement of Burebista's paramount central administration, strategically headquartered at Sarmizegetusa Regia. Religious unification emerged as an indispensable cornerstone of Burebista's overarching consolidation strategy, as a shared tapestry of spiritual beliefs furnished the essential cultural underpinnings for fostering political harmony among once independent tribal entities. The revered high priest Deceneus rapidly distinguished himself as Burebista's principal collaborator in orchestrating profound religious reforms that concurrently fortified Dacian cultural identity and conferred legitimate sanctity upon the burgeoning centralized political authority. Deceneus, possessing an encyclopedic knowledge of traditional Dacian religious observances, also demonstrated an astute comprehension of how spiritual doctrines could be deftly adapted to serve overarching political imperatives without in any way compromising their intrinsic sacred essence. The comprehensive religious purification campaign, spearheaded by Deceneus, entailed the rigorous standardization of ritualistic practices across all territories falling under Burebista's dominion, thereby forging a cohesive set of ceremonial traditions that powerfully reinforced political cohesion through shared, deeply resonant spiritual experiences. Throughout the sprawling Dacian territories, sacred groves, revered as hallowed sanctuaries, received heightened protection and meticulous upkeep, while new religious edifices were strategically erected at pivotal locations, designed to fulfill both profound spiritual and practical administrative roles. These burgeoning religious centers swiftly evolved into vital nexus points for periodic convocations that drew together representatives from myriad tribal groups, thus fostering invaluable opportunities for political discourse and robust cultural interchange, all of which served to significantly strengthen the bonds of the Confederation. Deceneus, in a bold move, instituted a sweeping prohibition against the consumption of wine, a decree that simultaneously reflected objectives of religious purification and astute practical political considerations. The pervasive ban on wine served a multifaceted purpose within Burebista's grand unification strategy. It effectively eradicated a historical source of social discord that had frequently exacerbated internecine conflicts among tribal factions, while simultaneously serving as a tangible demonstration of the central authority's unequivocal capacity to regulate personal conduct across the entirety of the Confederation. Archaeological findings from this period compellingly indicate a dramatic diminution in wine-related artifacts at Dacian sites, strongly suggesting widespread adherence to the prohibition, notwithstanding its potential unpopularity among certain segments of the populace. Furthermore, the wine prohibition carried significant economic ramifications, bolstering Dacian self-sufficiency by reducing reliance on external trade networks and actively encouraging the diversification into alternative agricultural commodities. Dacian cultivators, who had previously dedicated their efforts to viticulture for wine production, judiciously redirected their endeavors toward cultivating grain crops, raising livestock, and pursuing other agricultural pursuits that effectively sustained military campaigns and supported the burgeoning population. This strategic agricultural reorientation not only mitigated Dacian dependence on imported wine, but also generated surplus production, which in turn could support larger military contingents and more expansive administrative infrastructures. The concerted effort to strengthen cultural identity under the joint leadership of Burebista and Deceneus involved the enthusiastic promotion of distinctly Dacian artistic traditions, unique architectural styles, and specialized craft techniques that clearly differentiated members of the Confederation from their surrounding neighbors. Dacian metalworkers, renowned for their skill, progressively refined increasingly intricate decorative techniques, seamlessly incorporating time-honored geometric patterns with fresh artistic motifs that eloquently celebrated military triumphs and significant political milestones. These artistic innovations forged potent visual emblems of Dacian identity, which in turn reinforced political allegiance and simultaneously showcased the Confederation's sophisticated cultural prowess to outside observers. The territorial expansion that followed the successful Dacian unification unfolded along multiple strategic fronts concurrently, as Burebista's forces initiated meticulously coordinated campaigns against Celtic tribes positioned to the west, various Thracian groups situated to the south, and the well-established Greek settlements dotting the Black Sea coastline. The subjugation of neighboring Celtic territories necessitated distinct military strategies compared to those employed against Dacian tribes, primarily because Celtic warriors utilized different weaponry, tactical approaches, and fortification methodologies, demanding highly adaptive responses from Burebista's forces. Celtic settlements characteristically featured extensive earthwork defenses, frequently encircled by formidable timber palisades, which could effectively withstand direct assaults, but remained notably susceptible to sophisticated siege warfare techniques. Dacian military engineers, rising to this challenge, developed specialized siege equipment precisely calibrated to surmount Celtic fortifications, while concurrently striving to minimize casualties among their attacking forces. These innovative siege techniques ingeniously integrated elements of Mediterranean military engineering, knowledge of which Dacian forces had acquired through their interactions with Greek colonies and observations of Roman military operations within the broader region. The intricate construction of towering siege towers, powerful battering rams, and precise catapult devices demanded both highly skilled craftsmen and substantial material resources. However, these considerable investments ultimately empowered Dacian forces to systematically reduce heavily fortified positions that would have otherwise proven impregnable through traditional, less sophisticated assault methods. The integration of conquered Celtic territories into Burebista's confederation faithfully replicated the established patterns from the initial Dacian unification process, whereby local leaders who peacefully submitted were permitted to retain authority over their communities, while those who offered resistance faced direct replacement by Dacian administrators. Celtic populations, upon their integration, contributed valuable expertise in metalwork, agricultural practices, and trade, all of which significantly bolstered the Confederation's economic capabilities. While Celtic warriors who accepted Dacian suzerainty provided an additional pool of military manpower for subsequent expansion campaigns, the campaigns against Thracian groups presented a different set of challenges. These populations shared profound cultural and linguistic connections with the Dacians, which inherently complicated both military and political engagements. Some Thracian tribes perceived Dacian expansion as a welcome liberation from foreign oppression, while others regarded it as an unwelcome conquest by distant relatives who, in their view, had abandoned traditional ways of life. Burebista's forces, therefore, needed to meticulously differentiate between Thracian groups amenable to integration through negotiation and those that necessitated military subjugation. A nuanced process that demanded highly sophisticated intelligence gathering and refined diplomatic acumen. The conquest of Thracian territories granted Burebista's confederation critical access to important trade routes, effectively linking the Danube River with the Aegean Sea. This strategic acquisition substantially expanded Dacian commercial opportunities, while concurrently diminishing their reliance on Black Sea coastal trade. Thracian agricultural techniques, particularly their advanced methods in wine production and livestock management, offered invaluable knowledge that could be judiciously adapted to Dacian environmental conditions, notwithstanding the religious prohibition on wine consumption. Furthermore, the integration of Thracian populations provided crucial linguistic and cultural intermediaries who could effectively facilitate diplomatic relationships with other Thracian groups and the influential Greek cities. The Greek cities situated along the western Black Sea coast represented the most formidable obstacles to Dacian expansion, primarily due to their possession of highly sophisticated defensive systems, well-trained professional military forces, and the looming potential for external support from powerful entities, including Rome and various Hellenistic kingdoms. These Greek colonies had assiduously cultivated extensive commercial networks, which furnished them with both abundant resources and military assistance, far exceeding what any individual city could independently generate. Consequently, attacking these heavily fortified cities necessitated meticulous preparation and exceptionally precise strategic coordination to prevent them from receiving external reinforcements during prolonged siege operations. Burebista's campaigns against these Greek cities skillfully employed combined land and naval operations, a strategy designed to effectively isolate target settlements while simultaneously precluding any escape or resupply by sea. Dacian forces ingeniously constructed temporary naval vessels using readily available local timber and repurposed captured Greek ships to rapidly assemble improvised fleets capable of effectively blockading harbors and intercepting vital supply convoys. These daring naval operations demanded that Dacian warriors master unfamiliar fighting techniques and acquire sophisticated navigation skills, thereby powerfully demonstrating the Confederation's remarkable adaptability and rapid learning capacity under Burebista's visionary leadership. The capture of Greek cities provided Dacian forces with invaluable access to advanced military technologies, including sophisticated siege engines, cutting-edge naval equipment, and refined metallurgical techniques that significantly augmented their capabilities for subsequent campaigns. Greek craftsmen and engineers who survived the conquest frequently entered Dacian service, generously contributing their specialized knowledge to the Confederation's military and economic advancement. This judicious integration of Greek technical expertise with traditional Dacian skills fostered the creation of hybrid technologies that ultimately proved superior to either tradition when considered in isolation. Diplomatic relationships between Burebista's expansive confederation and the burgeoning power of Rome took shape during a tumultuous epoch marked by intense civil strife within the Roman Republic. This period, characterized by internal Roman discord, simultaneously presented both significant opportunities and formidable dangers for the direction of Dacian foreign policy. The relentless march of Roman expansion into the Balkan Peninsula had inevitably led to direct encounters between Roman legions and Dacian territories, thereby creating an environment ripe for either collaborative ventures or outright hostilities, contingent upon the prevailing circumstances and the influential personalities involved. The succession of Roman civil wars afforded King Burebista unique avenues to exert influence over Roman political landscapes through the judicious and selective backing of various contending factions. However, these calculated interventions also carried the inherent risk of provoking severe Roman retaliation, irrespective of which faction ultimately emerged victorious from the internecine struggles. Burebista's strategic engagement in these Roman civil conflicts underscored a profoundly sophisticated grasp of Roman political dynamics and a meticulous calculation of the potential advantages and inherent perils associated with each available policy option. The sagacious Dacian monarch keenly perceived that Roman internal dissensions engendered transient vulnerabilities that could be adroitly exploited to further Dacian interests. Yet, he simultaneously comprehended that Rome's formidable military capabilities remained largely undiminished, even amidst periods of profound political instability. Consequently, Dacian diplomatic strategy was meticulously calibrated, emphasizing a measured degree of involvement designed to subtly influence Roman behavior without precipitating an overwhelming and destructive counter-response. The intricate relationship between Burebista and the illustrious Pompey the Great blossomed through a network of astute intermediaries who discerned a compelling convergence of mutual interests in staunchly opposing Julius Caesar's rapidly escalating power within the Roman Republic. Pompey's extensive dominion over the eastern Mediterranean territories forged a natural alignment with Dacian aspirations for preserving their independence from Roman imperial encroachment, while Burebista's formidable military forces represented a potent potential ally capable of threatening Caesar's strategic positions in Gaul and Germania. Archaeological investigations of this era have consistently unearthed compelling evidence pointing towards a heightened tempo of diplomatic engagement between Dacian territories and regions firmly under Roman suzerainty. Such findings unequivocally indicate a pattern of regular and sustained communication between these two significant powers. Burebista's prospective commitment to supporting Pompey against Caesar necessitated a series of exceedingly complex negotiations. These discussions encompassed critical aspects such as the provision of military assistance, the delineation of territorial arrangements, and the establishment of comprehensive post-war political frameworks that would meticulously govern future interactions between the Dacian and Roman spheres of influence. These intricate diplomatic deliberations demanded that Dacian representatives not only adeptly navigate the sophisticated and often rigid Roman political protocols, but also steadfastly safeguard essential Dacian interests, all while maintaining crucial flexibility to adapt to rapidly evolving and unpredictable circumstances. The dramatic assassination of Julius Caesar in 44 BC profoundly reshaped the strategic landscape across the entire region. This pivotal event, while effectively eliminating immediate and tangible threats to Dacian independence, simultaneously ushered in a new era of profound uncertainties regarding the future trajectory of Roman policies directed towards southeastern Europe. The political vacuum and power struggles that ensued in Rome left many questions unanswered about the stability and expansionist ambitions of the Republic. The contemporaneous assassination of Burebista, also occurring in 44 BC, plunged his vast confederation into an immediate and perilous succession crisis that gravely imperiled the very fabric of the sprawling domain he had meticulously spent decades forging. The precise circumstances surrounding his untimely demise continued to be veiled in historical conjecture and uncertainty, with various ancient chroniclers offering divergent accounts regarding the motives and identities of the perpetrators. The revered historian Strabo, for instance, alludes to significant internal opposition stemming from powerful Dacian nobles who harbored deep-seated resentment towards Burebista's centralized authority and autocratic rule. Conversely, other historical narratives suggest the involvement of external adversaries who astutely recognized that the elimination of Burebista represented the most efficacious strategy for decisively weakening the formidable Dacian power structure. Irrespective of the specific details surrounding his death, it transpired at an exceptionally critical juncture when the Confederation desperately required robust and unifying leadership to preserve cohesion among its diverse tribal constituents, many of whom had only recently been integrated under a centralized governing authority. Deceneus emerged from this profound political chaos not merely as a logical choice, but as an absolutely necessary successor to Burebista's paramount authority, albeit his trajectory to power diverged significantly from that of his illustrious predecessor. Unlike Burebista, whose preeminence had been forged primarily through relentless military conquest and astute political maneuvering, Deceneus possessed a unique and potent religious authority that provided an entirely alternative, yet equally compelling, source of legitimacy among the varied Dacian populations. His esteemed role as the high priest of the venerable Zalmoxian cult had positioned him as Burebista's most trusted advisor and indispensable collaborator in the implementation of widespread religious reforms that had profoundly strengthened and solidified Dacian cultural identity throughout the Confederation. This deeply embedded religious foundation uniquely enabled Deceneus to stake his claim to authority based upon divine sanction, rather than relying solely on purely secular power, thereby establishing a distinct, yet demonstrably effective bedrock for political control. The Regency period, which commenced around 44 BC, thus signified a fundamental and transformative shift in Dacian governance, moving away from a predominantly military-centric leadership towards a far more intricate and sophisticated system that seamlessly integrated religious, legal, and administrative authority under a unified and cohesive direction. Deceneus, with his profound foresight, recognized that the enduring unity of the Confederation demanded far more than the mere application of military force or the transient appeal of charismatic leadership. He understood that it imperatively required the establishment of resilient institutional structures capable of outliving individual leaders and providing seamless continuity across generational transitions. His innovative approach to governance therefore meticulously emphasized the systematic development of formal legal codes, the standardization of religious practices across all territories, and the rationalization of administrative procedures, all designed to forge lasting and immutable foundations for Dacian political organization. However, Deceneus immediately encountered substantial challenges from powerful tribal leaders who, while having submitted to Burebista's overwhelming military might, now openly questioned the legitimacy and authority of a priest-king who conspicuously lacked comparable martial credentials. Several peripheral territories, perceiving a potential weakness, swiftly attempted to reassert their independence following Burebista's death, calculating that religious authority alone could not compel obedience from populations long accustomed to the decisive command of warrior leadership. These pressing challenges necessitated that Deceneus unequivocally demonstrate that his novel governance model could effectively maintain territorial integrity and robust military effectiveness, while simultaneously delivering superior administrative services that would undeniably justify the centralized authority he sought to wield. The profound religious legitimacy that Deceneus brought to Dacian leadership proved to be an invaluable asset, empowering him to implement far-reaching reforms that would have been utterly unattainable under purely secular authority. His deep and nuanced understanding of Zalmoxian theology furnished him with sophisticated and compelling arguments for political obedience, framing it as a direct mandate from divine will rather than mere human coercion. Dacian populations, who might have otherwise resisted purely secular administrative demands, readily embraced similar requirements when they were presented as sacred religious obligations deemed necessary for spiritual purification and the attainment of divine favor. This pervasive religious framework skillfully transformed potentially contentious political reforms into sacrosanct duties that carried profound consequences, both temporal and eternal, for either compliance or resistance. The comprehensive codification of Dacian laws under Deceneus's direction represented the inaugural and most systematic endeavor to establish unified legal standards across the entire sprawling territory of the Confederation. Prior to Deceneus's reforms, legal practices throughout the Confederation had varied significantly and often bewilderingly among the myriad different tribal groups. Each community meticulously maintained its own distinct customary laws and judicial procedures, which inherently reflected their specific local traditions and unique historical circumstances. This pronounced legal diversity had, over time, engendered considerable administrative complications and frequent jurisdictional conflicts, which ultimately served to undermine the Confederation's fragile unity. This was particularly evident in cases involving disputes between members of disparate tribal groups or communities situated near territorial boundaries, where overlapping or contradictory legal frameworks often led to stalemates. Deceneus, with remarkable sagacity, approached legal codification not by imposing entirely new and alien legal frameworks, which might have provoked widespread resistance from traditional communities, but rather through a careful and nuanced synthesis of existing tribal laws. His dedicated team of legal scholars undertook extensive and meticulous surveys of customary practices prevalent throughout Dacian territories, diligently identifying common principles and procedural elements that could serve as robust foundations for unified legal codes. In instances where tribal practices unequivocally conflicted, Deceneus ingeniously established standardized procedures that thoughtfully incorporated elements from multiple traditions, while always emphatically emphasizing core principles derived from Zalmoxian religious teachings concerning justice, collective community responsibility, and divine judgment. The comprehensive legal code that ultimately emerged from this painstaking process addressed fundamental and pressing issues such as property rights, inheritance procedures, criminal justice, and commercial relationships, all of which had previously been governed by a patchwork of inconsistent and often confusing local practices. Property law, as meticulously outlined under the Deceneus Code, established unequivocally clear and standardized procedures for land ownership, meticulously defined resource extraction rights, and precisely delineated territorial boundaries. These provisions significantly reduced the pervasive conflicts that had historically plagued relations between various communities, while simultaneously providing robust legal frameworks essential for fostering sustained economic development throughout the Confederation. Inheritance laws, likewise, created standardized and transparent procedures for the orderly transfer of both property and political authority across generational lines, thereby substantially reducing the debilitating succession disputes that had historically contributed so profoundly to political instability within the realm. Criminal justice procedures under the new legal code marked a significant departure from purely punitive measures, instead emphasizing restorative justice through restitution and mandatory community service. This approach deeply reflected Zalmoxian beliefs about spiritual redemption, the potential for societal reintegration, and the paramount importance of social harmony. While serious crimes that gravely threatened community safety or religious purity could indeed result in severe penalties such as exile or even death, the vast majority of offenses required perpetrators to compensate their victims and to diligently perform community service, thereby demonstrably proving their commitment to social rehabilitation and atonement. These innovative justice procedures masterfully incorporated traditional Dacian concepts of honor and shame, while simultaneously providing systematic and equitable methods for resolving disputes and maintaining a stable and orderly social fabric. The comprehensive codification of commercial law under Deceneus's reign meticulously addressed the increasingly complex and intricate trade relationships that had blossomed and developed throughout the Confederation. This crucial legal framework established standardized weights, uniform measures, and a unified currency system, which collectively served to greatly facilitate long-distance commerce by removing barriers and uncertainties. Concurrently, these measures provided vital protections for local merchants, shielding them from fraudulent practices and ensuring fair transactions. The legal code explicitly specified clear and enforceable procedures for contract enforcement, the systematic collection of debts, and impartial dispute resolution mechanisms. These provisions empowered merchants to operate with newfound confidence across diverse tribal boundaries, free from the pervasive fear of arbitrary legal decisions or inconsistent judicial procedures that had previously hampered trade. Ultimately, these robust commercial protections not only actively encouraged widespread economic development and prosperity, but also generated substantial and consistent tax revenues, which were indispensable for supporting the Confederation's administrative functions and its vital military expenses. The profound reinforcement of the Zalmoxian religious movement under Deceneus encompassed both an intricate evolution of its theological underpinnings and a significant expansion of its organizational framework. This dual transformation effectively elevated conventional Dacian spiritual customs into highly refined systems, fully capable of sustaining elaborate political and societal structures. While Zalmoxian doctrine had traditionally placed considerable emphasis on individual spiritual journeys and a personal connection with divine entities, Deceneus innovatively cultivated the collective dimensions of religious observance. These communal practices served to robustly strengthen social bonds and foster political allegiance among the diverse members of the Confederation. Crucially, these theological advancements managed to preserve the core tenets of traditional spiritual beliefs while skillfully adapting them to meet the pragmatic demands inherent in managing a vast political entity. The institutional proliferation of the faith during Deceneus's ascendancy notably involved the formal creation of structured priesthood hierarchies. These organized clerical bodies were designed to efficiently deliver religious services across the entirety of the Confederation's expansive territories, simultaneously ensuring unwavering doctrinal consistency and streamlined administrative coordination. Aspiring local priests underwent rigorous instruction at centrally located religious academies, institutions dedicated to standardizing theological knowledge and ritualistic procedures. This systematic training produced a class of professional religious figures, equipped to fulfill both the spiritual needs and administrative duties within their respective communities. Consequently, these priests emerged as vital conduits, bridging the gap between the central governing authority and the local populations, diligently interpreting governmental directives through a religious lens, while concurrently relaying local concerns and prevailing conditions back to the central administrators. The extensive development of sacred sites throughout the Deceneus era involved both the considerable augmentation of pre-existing religious locales and the strategic establishment of novel ceremonial hubs. These centers were meticulously designed to fulfill both religious and political functions on a confederation-wide scale. Sarmizegetusa Regia, in particular, underwent an impressive program of religious construction, which fundamentally transformed it into the foremost pilgrimage destination for all Dacian peoples residing across the Confederation. Abundant archaeological findings conclusively point to the erection of numerous temple complexes, expansive ceremonial plazas, and comprehensive residential facilities, all engineered to comfortably accommodate vast throngs of religious pilgrims during significant festivals and sacred rites. The meticulously crafted sacred calendar instituted by Deceneus orchestrated regular occasions for Confederation-wide religious observances, drawing together esteemed representatives from every tribal group and all territorial regions. These grand religious festivals served a multifaceted purpose. They functioned as profound spiritual celebrations, crucial political convocations, and vibrant commercial opportunities, collectively reinforcing the Confederation's unity through shared experiences and reciprocal interactions. The precise timing of these major festivals was thoughtfully aligned with critical agricultural seasons and significant astronomical phenomena, events that held deep traditional resonance, while also ingeniously incorporating novel elements designed to commemorate the Confederation's collective achievements and its enduring political cohesion. The elements of theocratic governance artfully introduced by Deceneus constituted highly sophisticated endeavors to seamlessly integrate spiritual authority with the practical exigencies of administration. This integration was achieved without compromising either the intrinsic spiritual authenticity of the faith or the governmental apparatus's operational efficacy. Religious councils, comprising venerable senior priests drawn from various regions, offered invaluable advisory services to political administrators, yet steadfastly maintained their autonomy in matters purely spiritual. This deliberate demarcation between the religious and political domains effectively averted potential discord between secular and sacred authority, while simultaneously guaranteeing that governmental policies consistently resonated with deeply held Dacian religious values and cherished cultural traditions. The architectural triumphs achieved during Denius's reign served a dual purpose, embodying both essential defensive requirements and eloquent symbolic expressions of Dacian cultural sophistication. These monumental structures powerfully showcased the Confederation's capabilities to both its internal populace and external observers. Construction initiatives throughout this period were characterized by their imposing monumental scale and groundbreaking technical innovation, unequivocally demonstrating Dacian engineering prowess. Simultaneously, these edifices fulfilled crucial practical roles pertaining to defense, civil administration, and religious observance. Such ambitious building programs necessitated the coordination of vast labor forces, the deployment of highly specialized technical skills, and the acquisition of substantial material resources, all of which undeniably testified to the Confederation's formidable organizational capacities and robust economic might. Improvements in defensive architecture strategically concentrated on fortifying existing fortification systems, concurrently pioneering new construction methodologies designed to offer superior protection against an evolving spectrum of military threats. The distinctive Murus Dacius construction technique reached its zenith of development during the Denius era. Engineers meticulously perfected intricate stone-fitting practices and advanced structural engineering principles, culminating in the creation of defensive walls that were virtually impregnable. These formidable fortifications integrated a host of sophisticated features, including multiple layers of defensive lines, cleverly concealed sally ports for surprise sorties, extensive underground storage facilities to sustain garrisons, and integrated water management systems, all meticulously designed to withstand protracted sieges. The development of sacred architecture during this dynamic period resulted in the creation of some of the most intricate and refined religious structures found anywhere in ancient Europe. These masterpieces skillfully fused traditional Dacian building techniques with innovative approaches that clearly reflected an enhanced technical understanding and a heightened aesthetic sensibility. Temple construction, particularly at Sarmizegetusa Regia and other significant religious centers, incorporated precise astronomical alignments. These alignments served to synchronize religious ceremonies with celestial events, simultaneously showcasing the Dacian people's profound astronomical knowledge. Furthermore, these venerable religious edifices boasted complex stonemasonry, ingenious wooden framework systems, and elaborate decorative elements, collectively forming impressive architectural compositions, perfectly suited for major religious and political ceremonies. Engineering marvels accomplished under Denius included highly sophisticated water management systems. These systems were instrumental in providing dependable water supplies for major settlements, while also critically supporting agricultural expansion into areas previously considered marginal or unproductive. Dacian engineers pioneered advanced techniques for constructing subterranean aqueducts, intricate storage reservoirs, and extensive distribution networks, capable of delivering water across considerable distances and overcoming significant changes in elevation. These ambitious hydraulic engineering projects demanded exceptionally precise surveying, cutting-edge construction methodologies, and continuous maintenance, unequivocally demonstrating the Confederation's advanced capabilities for large-scale infrastructure development. The extensive road construction undertaken during the Deceneus period forged vastly improved communication and transportation networks. These vital arteries effectively linked the Confederation's major centers, while concurrently conferring significant military advantages, enabling rapid troop deployment and facilitating strategic coordination. Dacian road builders ingeniously adapted established Roman engineering techniques to suit the challenging local terrain conditions, thereby creating robust transportation systems that could operate effectively within mountainous environments while requiring remarkably minimal upkeep. These meticulously constructed roads served to facilitate both crucial military operations and vibrant commercial activities, thereby strengthening the Confederation's intrinsic unity and stimulating its economic development. The period of fragmentation that commenced immediately following Deceneus's demise, around 27 BC, stemmed from inherent structural vulnerabilities within the Confederation system. These weaknesses had, until then, been effectively masked by his extraordinary leadership prowess and unparalleled religious authority. In stark contrast to Burebista, whose military charisma had provided clear expectations for succession, Deceneus's unique model of theocratic leadership unfortunately created ambiguous procedures for his successor. This ambiguity permitted multiple claimants to assert what they believed were legitimate rights to authority. The very integration of religious and political power, which had been the bedrock of Deceneus's effective governance, paradoxically became a profound source of instability when no single successor possessed comparable credentials in both crucial spheres. Consequently, regional leaders, who had previously submitted to centralized authority under the umbrella of Deceneus's religious legitimacy, began to reassert their traditional tribal autonomy when confronted with the uncertainty of succession and a multitude of competing claims to power. Moreover, the Confederation's vast territorial expanse had grown beyond the capacity of any single leader to maintain direct personal control, thereby creating fertile ground for ambitious regional commanders to carve out independent power bases. These powerful centrifugal forces, though previously contained by Deceneus's immense religious authority and his innovative administrative reforms, were unleashed by his death, which severed the personal bonds that had unified such diverse populations under a singular leadership. The subsequent emergence of numerous independent Dacian kingdoms following the Confederation's fragmentation gave rise to an intricate political landscape that would fundamentally shape southeastern European politics for the ensuing century. Former territories of the Confederation splintered along both distinct geographical and traditional tribal lines, with various leaders establishing autonomous kingdoms. These new entities steadfastly preserved their Dacian cultural identity while actively pursuing their own distinct political and military agendas. Although these successor kingdoms largely retained many of the administrative, legal, and religious innovations introduced during the impactful Burebista and Deceneus periods, they critically lacked the coordinated strength that had once elevated the unified Confederation to a major regional power, capable of significantly influencing Roman politics and broader Mediterranean affairs. This political fragmentation, which immediately followed Deceneus's passing, fundamentally reconfigured the strategic environment, an alteration that would profoundly impact Roman-Dacian relations for the next 100 years. Augustus, Having decisively triumphed in the devastating civil wars that had torn apart the Roman Republic, consequently inherited a profoundly complex geopolitical situation along the Danube frontier. Here, a multiplicity of Dacian kingdoms now exercised control over territories that had once been cohesively unified under Burebista's formidable confederation. The newly established emperor was thus confronted with the formidable challenge of forging stable diplomatic relationships with these fragmented Dacian polities, concurrently safeguarding vital Roman interests in a region that had become increasingly paramount to the burgeoning imperial security and its economic prosperity. During the nascent phases of Emperor Augustus's rule, Roman engagement with Dacian matters was characterized by a pronounced circumspection, a stance indicative of both the inherent limitations of Roman military capabilities and the volatile political climate prevailing north of the Danube River. At this juncture, Roman legions were still in the arduous process of solidifying their dominion over recently subjugated territories in Pannonia and Moesia, a logistical undertaking that severely curtailed the feasibility of launching extensive military campaigns against the various Dacian polities. Concurrently, the inherently fractured nature of Dacian political governance presented a formidable challenge for Roman diplomatic envoys, who struggled to pinpoint credible interlocutors capable of representing substantial geographical domains or ensuring adherence to treaty stipulations across a multitude of disparate tribal confederations. Consequently, Rome's initial diplomatic overtures were strategically aimed at forging tributary alliances with individual Dacian kingdoms. This endeavor was meticulously orchestrated through a multifaceted approach, employing a calculated blend of overt military pressure, judicious economic inducements, and formal political recognition, all designed to establish vital buffer zones along the extensive Danube frontier. Roman provincial administrators stationed in Moesia and Pannonia routinely dispatched diplomatic missions to the courts of Dacian rulers. These emissaries extended the promise of Roman protection against rival kingdoms, in exchange for regular tribute payments, pledges of military assistance, and the acceptance of Roman arbitration in specific territorial disputes. The rudimentary nature of these preliminary accords reflected a mutual cautiousness, as neither the Romans nor the Dacians possessed comprehensive insights into each other's operational capacities or ultimate strategic objectives, thus precluding the initiation of more far-reaching and intricate arrangements. The diverse Dacian kingdoms, emerging from the dissolution of a once unified confederation, adopted a spectrum of responses to the inexorable march of Roman expansion. Some chieftains prudently sought avenues for accommodation and peaceful coexistence, while others adamantly championed an aggressive independence, a posture that frequently precipitated localized cross-border hostilities. Those kingdoms situated in closer proximity to Roman territorial demarcations generally gravitated towards more collaborative engagements, acutely aware that their immediate vicinity to formidable Roman military garrisons rendered outright resistance a potentially catastrophic undertaking. In contrast, more geographically remote kingdoms, particularly those commanding the formidable mountainous terrains of Transylvania, steadfastly preserved their traditional autonomy, all the while vigilantly monitoring Roman activities and assiduously fortifying their defenses against the specter of future imperial encroachment. During the Augustan epoch, frontier skirmishes predominantly manifested as relatively modest-scale raids and subsequent retaliatory counter-raids. These engagements were not merely acts of opportunistic aggression, but also served as systematic probes, designed to assess the adversary's operational capacities and response mechanisms. Dacian war bands, characterized by their swift mobility, periodically traversed the Danube to conduct incursions into Roman settlements within Moesia. Their objectives typically revolved around acquiring livestock, slaves, and portable valuables, while meticulously avoiding direct engagements with the disciplined units of the regular Roman military. These periodic incursions served a multitude of strategic purposes extending far beyond mere plundering. They were instrumental in gathering crucial intelligence regarding Roman defensive layouts, rigorously testing the efficiency of Roman response times and their overall capabilities, and crucially, perpetuating the venerable warrior traditions among Dacian communities who had become deeply ingrained in a culture of regular military activity during the preceding Confederation era. Roman military reactions to these Dacian raids were governed by established frontier management protocols, which strongly emphasized swift punitive retaliation coupled with astute diplomatic overtures aimed at precluding any escalation into more expansive conflicts. Typically, Roman commanders would dispatch punitive expeditions, crossing the Danube to target Dacian settlements identified as responsible for the raids. These operations focused on capturing prisoners and livestock, while deliberately eschewing direct confrontations with major Dacian military formations, a move calculated to prevent the transformation of limited punitive actions into full-scale warfare. Such Roman counter-raids served to unequivocally demonstrate the imperial military's formidable capabilities, simultaneously affording invaluable opportunities to glean intelligence pertaining to Dacian political alliances, their military organizational structures, and the intricate patterns of their territorial control. The intricate process of establishing client relationships between Rome and various Dacian kingdoms necessitated meticulous negotiations, carefully balancing Rome's imperative security interests with the Dacians' deeply held concerns for autonomy and the complex dynamics of their internal political landscapes. Roman client arrangements typically formalized the recognition of Dacian royal authority. In return, these agreements stipulated obligations for tribute payments, commitments to provide military assistance when requested, and the acceptance of Roman mediation in any territorial disputes with neighboring kingdoms. For Rome, these pacts provided invaluable buffer zones against more distant, potentially hostile threats. For cooperative Dacian rulers, they offered crucial access to Roman military support, which could be leveraged against internal rivals who might challenge their legitimacy or against external adversaries contesting their territorial claims. However, the ongoing administration of these client relationships presented persistent challenges for both Roman administrators and Dacian rulers, who were perpetually tasked with reconciling conflicting demands and expectations, while simultaneously striving to maintain robust domestic political support. Roman governors, on their part, steadfastly anticipated consistent tribute payments, prompt military aid upon request, and unwavering cooperation with Roman strategic objectives. These expectations, however, frequently clashed with traditional Dacian interests or deeply ingrained cultural practices. Conversely, Dacian client rulers often found themselves navigating intense domestic opposition from traditionalist factions who vehemently denounced cooperation with Rome as a profound act of cultural betrayal. Yet paradoxically, these same rulers were critically dependent on Roman backing to buttress their authority against ambitious rival claimants or the aggressive encroachments of hostile neighboring kingdoms. The subsequent reign of Tiberius, was marked by indiscernible intensification of tensions along the Danube frontier, as Dacian kingdoms gradually began to rebound from the widespread political disarray that had ensued following the collapse of their former confederation. Several astute Dacian rulers embarked upon ambitious territorial consolidation campaigns, meticulously designed to re-establish larger, more cohesive political entities. The strategic aim was to enable these nascent powers to more effectively resist Roman pressures and to pursue independent foreign policies with greater agency. These concerted consolidation endeavors inevitably ignited internecine conflicts among rival Dacian kingdoms, which, while creating opportune moments for Roman intervention, simultaneously gave rise to larger and more formidable Dacian political entities that posed increasingly significant potential threats to established Roman interests. It was during this tumultuous era that Duras emerged as one of the most remarkably successful Dacian leaders in the intricate process of territorial consolidation. He meticulously solidified his control over substantial swathes of Transylvania, employing a shrewd combination of military conquest, strategic diplomatic alliances, and intricate marriage connections. These efforts effectively re-established vital networks of cooperation among what had previously been independent and often fragmented kingdoms. Archaeological investigations at prominent Dacian sites from this period yield compelling evidence of revitalized construction activity and extensive military preparations, strongly suggesting a coordinated and strategic planning effort among the newly allied kingdoms. Fortification enhancements at key locations such as Costesti, Cetatuie, and Piatra Roșie incorporated innovative defensive features, which judiciously blended traditional Dacian engineering prowess with novel insights gleaned from careful observation of sophisticated Roman military architectural designs. The sophisticated military organization conceptualized and implemented by Duras represented a powerful synthesis, seamlessly integrating the time-honored Dacian warrior culture with rigorous, systematic training protocols and a meticulous standardization of equipment. This synergistic approach forged significantly more effective fighting forces, demonstrably capable of engaging in sustained operations against the highly professional Roman armies. Dacian military reforms during this transformative period placed a strong emphasis on augmenting armor protection, ensuring a consistent and standardized production of weaponry, and developing coordinated tactical formations. These innovations were designed to capitalize on traditional Dacian advantages in the challenging mountainous terrain, while simultaneously providing enhanced efficacy in more conventional open battlefield engagements. While the formidable falx remained the iconic signature weapon of Dacian heavy infantry, military units now incorporated specialized formations equipped with spears, shields, and comprehensive protective gear, enabling them to confront Roman legions using a broader array of conventional tactical approaches. Roman intelligence gathering concerning these unfolding Dacian military developments relied substantially on a diverse array of information channels. These included regular dispatches from loyal client rulers, insights gleaned from the extensive networks of merchants, and detailed reports from various diplomatic missions. These sources consistently provided critical intelligence regarding political shifts, ongoing military preparations, and territorial disputes pervading the Dacian regions. Such robust intelligence networks empowered Roman commanders to vigilantly monitor potential threats, while simultaneously identifying opportune moments for diplomatic intervention that could effectively forestall the formation of hostile coalitions or prevent them from achieving significant military strength. Furthermore, Roman intelligence operations actively incorporated direct reconnaissance missions, which bravely traversed the Danube. The objectives of these missions were to meticulously observe Dacian fortifications, critically assess their military capabilities, and establish discreet contact with potential allies or informants embedded within Dacian territories. The gradual, yet determined, reunification of Dacian territories under influential leaders like Duras engendered increasingly intricate diplomatic scenarios. These complexities compelled Roman policymakers to meticulously balance a multitude of competing strategic objectives, all while contending with finite military resources and inherent political constraints. A strategy of actively supporting weaker Dacian kingdoms against their stronger, more ambitious neighbors might effectively thwart dangerous consolidation efforts. However, this approach carried the inherent risk of creating protracted obligations for military intervention, potentially exceeding Rome's operational capabilities or its political willingness to commit. Conversely, acquiescing to Dacian unification, while potentially simplifying administrative complexities, simultaneously risked the emergence of more powerful potential adversaries, entities capable of posing a formidable threat to Roman territorial security and its vital economic interests. Economic interdependencies between Rome and the Dacian kingdoms blossomed through a multitude of conduits, encompassing both formal, officially sanctioned trade agreements and a vibrant network of informal commercial exchanges that transcended territorial boundaries, even amidst prevailing political tensions. Dacian gold and silver continued their steady influx into bustling Roman markets, facilitated by various intermediaries. Simultaneously, Roman manufactured goods, fine wines, and luxurious items found eager consumers among the Dacian elite, who leveraged these acquisitions to conspicuously display their wealth and cultural sophistication. These dynamic commercial relationships fostered a degree of mutual reliance, providing tangible incentives for the maintenance of peaceful coexistence. Concurrently, they also generated substantial economic resources, which paradoxically could be channeled to support ongoing military preparations on both sides of the frontier. The dominion over the vital Danube river crossings emerged as an increasingly disputed matter, given that both Roman and Dacian domains were broadening their commercial endeavors and martial engagements throughout the geographical area. These pivotal riverine transit points furnished indispensable pathways for commercial exchange, military campaigns, and official diplomatic exchanges, rendering their command imperative for both protective and aggressive strategic designs. Roman military architects meticulously erected fortified bridgeheads at critical passage locations. Concurrently, Dacian troops fortified comparable defensive outposts designed to thwart Roman efforts to traverse the river during any prospective future hostilities. The mandatory tribute disbursements consistently generated persistent friction between Roman governance officials and Dacian vassal chieftains, who confronted considerable internal dissent regarding remittances that numerous Dacian communities perceived as ignominious subservience to an external power. The precise quantities and modalities of these tribute installments necessitated intricate diplomatic exchanges, carefully calibrating Roman fiscal requirements against Dacian capacity for payment and their political palatability. Specifically, Roman insistence on tribute in gold and silver posed unique challenges for Dacian polities, as these valuable metals were indispensable for sustaining their indigenous monetary frameworks and facilitating their international commercial dealings. The era of Claudius's imperium heralded a momentous alteration in Roman Dacian diplomacy, as the imperial expansionist agenda increasingly concentrated on solidifying dominion over regions proximate to the Danubian frontier, concurrently devising more structured methodologies for overseeing relations with diverse barbarian peoples. Claudius's successful subjugation of Britain unequivocally showcased Roman prowess in undertaking extensive military endeavors. Yet this campaign simultaneously consumed substantial martial assets, thereby curtailing prospects for concurrent territorial enlargement in the southeastern European theater. This calculated strategic preference afforded Dacian realms a valuable window to fortify their own standing, unburdened by immediate Roman military coercion. Dacian military readiness during the Claudian era evinced an escalating conviction that Roman territorial advancement could be effectively thwarted through judicious defensive blueprints and synchronized resistance endeavors. Extensive archaeological findings underscore considerable capital outlay in the erection and enhancement of fortifications across all Dacian domains, with a pronounced focus on locations commanding mountain thoroughfares and riverine transit points, deemed indispensable for any potential Roman incursions. These elaborate defensive measures assimilated insights gleaned from observing Roman siegecraft methodologies, all the while preserving inherent Dacian strengths in rugged, elevated topographies that inherently favored protracted defensive engagements. The cultivation of Dacian diplomatic liaisons with other non-Roman populations fostered nascent alliance frameworks, poised to introduce complexities into Roman strategic formulations, concurrently furnishing Dacian polities with augmented military and economic wherewithal. Dacian sovereigns forged connections with Germanic confederations situated along the northern reaches of the Danube, Sarmatian communities inhabiting the eastern steppes, and sundry Thracian factions that had successfully preserved their autonomy from Roman hegemony. These diplomatic overtures were meticulously engineered to establish cohesive resistance coalitions, specifically designed to preclude Roman legions from amassing decisive military supremacy against isolated adversaries. In response to Dacian diplomatic maneuvers, Roman authorities deployed a dual strategy encompassing both overt military coercion and intricate counter-diplomatic endeavors, meticulously crafted to forestall the emergence of inimical confederacies or to neutralize their martial efficacy. Roman generals orchestrated intermittent military displays along the Danubian borderlands, which served to impress upon prospective Roman adversaries the formidable capabilities of the imperial war machine, simultaneously furnishing occasions to evaluate barbarian military readiness and their intricate alliance structures. Concurrently, Roman envoys diligently strove to uphold existing client affiliations and to sow discord among potential foes, employing a judicious mixture of inducements, intimidations, and strategic political acknowledgments. The Neronian Principate observed a surge in Dacian self-assurance and geographical aggrandizement, leading to more regular engagements between Dacian contingents and Roman border fortifications. Dacian martial undertakings throughout this epoch encompassed both customary predatory incursions and more methodical campaigns of territorial subjugation, which directly contested Roman client states and imperiled the integrity of imperial domains. These Dacian military triumphs were attributable both to enhanced military structuring and to Roman preoccupation with other pressing imperial concerns, which consequently diminished the assets allocated for the safeguarding of the Danubian frontier. Domitian's elevation to the imperial purple in 81 AD signaled the inauguration of a more assertive Roman posture towards Dacian matters. a trajectory that would inevitably culminate in overt military hostilities. The newly enthroned emperor grappled with considerable internal political exigencies, rendering martial triumphs indispensable for upholding his sovereign legitimacy, while the continuous Dacian territorial aggrandizement, overseen by increasingly capable leadership, posed a palpable menace to Roman strategic objectives that could no longer be overlooked or solely addressed via diplomatic channels. Thus, the groundwork was laid for the impending direct military engagement, an outcome for which both parties had been assiduously preparing across the preceding decades, marked by circumspect diplomatic overtures and sporadic border skirmishes. The paramount strategic value of Dacia to Roman imperial aspirations had progressively grown undeniable, given that the region's abundant gold mines supplied indispensable fiscal resources for the imperial treasury, while its geographical placement conferred pivotal benefits for asserting command over the entirety of the Danubian frontier zone. Roman military strategists comprehended that the territorial integration of Dacia under proficient governance presented an existential peril to Roman dominion throughout southeastern Europe, thereby necessitating unequivocal military interventions irrespective of the attendant expenditures and hazards. The opulence derived from Dacian gold deposits had facilitated the erection of elaborate defensive structures and the sustainment of well-trained martial contingents, rendering Dacian realms formidable adversaries capable of inflicting substantial losses upon Roman legions, simultaneously holding the potential to incite other barbarian groups to defy imperial suzerainty. The element of prestige within the intricate tapestry of Roman imperial governance rendered the triumphant resolution of the Dacian conundrum absolutely indispensable for any emperor aspiring to preserve internal political endorsement and military fealty. Preceding emperors had deliberately eschewed direct engagement with consolidated Dacian armies. However, this circumspection had been construed by certain Roman political commentators as a sign of enfeeblement, eroding imperial trustworthiness and fostering barbarian bellicosity across the frontier territories. Domitian's precarious political standing necessitated martial triumphs that would not only evince imperial might, but also present avenues for territorial enlargement and the procurement of riches, capable of underwriting domestic political initiatives and military outlays. The intricate strategic computations underpinning Domitian's progressively assertive Dacian policies were on the verge of confronting their most formidable adversary in the figure of Decebalus, who ascended as the preeminent Dacian sovereign circa 87 AD, consolidating his authority through an unparalleled synthesis of military aptitude, astute political sagacity, and profound religious influence, achievements that eclipsed even the fabled accomplishments of Burebista. In stark contrast to his forebears, whose authority largely stemmed from martial conquests or spiritual ascendancy, Decebalus evinced an unparalleled aptitude for amalgamating military, diplomatic, and administrative competencies. This unique synthesis effectively transmuted the disparate Dacian principalities into a cohesive nation-state, fully equipped to contend with Roman imperial expansion on parity. Decebalus's ascent to paramountcy transpired during an era when Dacian opposition to Roman encroachment had attained a pivotal inflection point, as individual realms proved inadequate to counteract Roman martial might and lacked the requisite cohesion for robust collective protection. The very appellation Decebalus, connoting strength equivalent to 10 men, simultaneously underscored his individual prowess in combat and served as an emblematic manifestation of a consolidated Dacian power, capable of rivaling Roman structural superiority through exceptional governance and astute strategic foresight. Excavated artifacts from significant Dacian locations during this epoch reveal prompt and methodical military readiness, strongly implying that Decebalus harbored an unambiguous strategic outlook concerning the unavoidable clash with Roman legions. The amalgamation of Dacian domains under the suzerainty of Decebalus was achieved through meticulously planned campaigns, which ingeniously blended military coercion with skillful diplomatic parley and religious sanction. This approach was designed to curtail internal opposition while simultaneously amplifying communal power. Diverging from earlier unification attempts that had predominantly hinged on sheer conquest or spiritual dominion, Decebalus exhibited a profound comprehension of the varied impulses and apprehensions that swayed distinct Dacian populations. He adeptly formulated tailored strategies that catered to particular local prerogatives, all the while propelling broader strategic aims forward. The geographical expanse of the Orostia Mountains functioned as the bedrock for Decebalus's territorial unification, affording both the emblematic authority linked with venerable Dacian governmental hubs and the tangible benefits of naturally defensible topography, abundant mineral resources, and pre-existing networks of strongholds. Decebalus allocated substantial resources to augmenting and refining the elaborate fortification apparatus at Sarmizegetusa Regia, thereby converting the locale into a formidable military and administrative nexus. This complex was designed to orchestrate resistance maneuvers throughout the entirety of Dacian lands, concurrently serving as an unassailable sanctuary during prospective siege encounters. Military reforms initiated by Decebalus meticulously tackled inherent deficiencies within the conventional Dacian martial structure, all the while upholding those deeply ingrained cultural elements that furnished crucial psychological advantages and sustained the fighting spirit of his warriors. While the traditional emphasis on individual combat prowess remained a cornerstone of the Dacian martial ethos, Decebalus strategically introduced comprehensive training programs. These curricula imparted skills in harmonized unit maneuvers, sophisticated siege warfare techniques, and specialized tactical procedures specifically formulated to negate the distinct advantages of the Roman military. Such transformative reforms demanded a substantial capital outlay in advanced training facilities, the systematic production of military equipment, and the employment of professional military instructors capable of molding fierce, independent fighters into cohesive, disciplined troops proficient in enduring protracted campaign operations. The formidable falx experienced significant refinement under Decebalus's military initiatives, as Dacian smiths mastered advanced metalworking processes, resulting in blades of exceptional caliber. Concurrently, they devised specialized training methodologies that optimized the weapon's lethality when employed in formation combat. Archaeological discoveries of falx blades from this era vividly uncover sophisticated heat treatment and edge-hardening techniques, which created weapons designed to cleave through Roman armor while preserving their robust form during extended skirmishes. The daunting psychological effect of the falx on Roman soldiers emerged as a crucial element in Dacian military effectiveness, with numerous Roman accounts describing the sheer dread inspired by Dacian assaults, brandishing these uniquely curved and fearsome weapons. A sweeping administrative reorganization under Decebalus established a methodical framework of governance, meticulously crafted to oversee the intricate demands of supply and support necessary for extended martial opposition. This system simultaneously ensured the continued economic output of the populace and the cohesion of society. The new administrative paradigm adeptly integrated facets of ancestral Dacian political heritage, yet also pioneered novel approaches that demonstrated Decebulus's astute comprehension of Roman organizational methods and the unique difficulties inherent in synchronizing opposition across varied geographical domains and disparate tribal entities. The territorial extent of Decebulus's kingdom at its zenith encompassed nearly every territory that had previously been included in Burebista's original confederation, augmented by additional regions that were a testament to both martial victories and astute diplomatic partnerships. Substantial material findings point to Dacian influence, stretching from the Tisa River in the west to the Nistru River in the east, and from the formidable Carpathian Mountains in the north to the majestic Danube River in the south. This expansive domain necessitated intricate systems for conveying messages, a refined structure of authority, and a finely tuned martial apparatus, all designed to preserve cohesion and synchronized action across distances that severely strained the very limits of classical-era logistics and message transmission. Fortification improvements implemented throughout Dacian lands under Decebulus's direction integrated ancestral Murus Dacius construction methodologies with novel advancements that demonstrated a meticulous examination of Roman siege warfare methods and defensive architecture. The augmented defensive complexes boasted layered rings of protection, cleverly hidden emplacements for ballistic weaponry, subterranean repositories for vital supplies, and cohesive hydrological infrastructure capable of enduring protracted blockades. These strongholds simultaneously served as launchpads for aggressive sorties against Roman positions. Such extensive defensive enhancements demanded synchronized construction teams, expert architectural proficiency, and substantial reserves of raw materials, thereby underscoring the realm's impressive capacity for coordination and its robust financial standing. The development of Dacian siege warfare capabilities marked a pivotal breakthrough in Decebulus's martial strategies, particularly as the conventional Dacian martial ethos had historically prioritized swift maneuvers and protective engagements rather than the methodical dismantling of entrenched strongholds. Dacian engineers meticulously crafted catapults, battering rams, and towering siege structures that seamlessly blended native architectural wisdom with methodologies gleaned from closely observing Roman martial endeavors. These newfound siege capabilities empowered Dacian troops to assault Roman strongpoints and civilian centers, rather than merely confining their activities to protective stances. This significantly broadened their tactical choices and compelled Roman generals to guard vast, dispersed boundaries instead of consolidating their legions for aggressive campaigns. Intelligence networks initiated by Decebalus furnished methodical avenues for intelligence collection, which empowered Dacian strategists to closely observe Roman military preparations, evaluate adversary strengths and weaknesses, and pinpoint opportune moments for engagement in offensive operations. These crucial intelligence operations comprised both official envoys who gleaned data via diplomatic channels and clandestine scouting expeditions. The latter provided granular military insights concerning Roman legionary deployments, logistical provisions, and long-term objectives. The acumen of Dacian espionage efforts became strikingly evident in subsequent military operations, where Dacian forces exhibited a profound understanding of Roman martial readiness and overarching strategic aims. Diplomatic initiatives undertaken by Decebalus sought to forge alliances opposed to Rome, capable of furnishing martial aid, financial backing, and synchronized strategic direction. The ultimate goal was to thwart Roman legions from amassing an insurmountable advantage against Dacian territories. These extensive diplomatic efforts reached across the entirety of southeastern Europe and even further afield, cultivating relationships with various Germanic tribal federations, the equestrian Sarmatian peoples, distinct Thracian communities, and even formidable distant empires such as the Parthians, all of whom shared a common vested interest in curbing Roman imperial growth. The extensive reach and intricate nature of these diplomatic endeavors underscored Decebulus's profound grasp that effective defiance necessitated global collaboration and harmonized strategic foresight. The relationship between Decebalus and Germanic tribal leaders necessitated intricate deliberations concerning martial aid, the demarcation of lands, and the prospective political dynamics following hostilities. This required a delicate equilibrium between pressing martial requirements and overarching, enduring strategic aims. Germanic tribes held martial prowess capable of substantially bolstering Dacian efforts of defiance. However, their inherent desire for expansion and distinct societal norms fostered latent areas of contention, which called for considerable diplomatic adroitness to navigate successfully. Material findings from the period point to heightened interaction between Dacian and Germanic territories, with the reciprocal flow of artifacts signifying consistent diplomatic channels and thriving mercantile connections. Sarmatian diplomatic relationships offered Decebalus the prospect of utilizing formidable equestrian units and the distinctive martial methodologies of nomadic peoples. These could effectively harmonize with the established strengths of Dacian foot soldiers, simultaneously imparting crucial tactical agility in engagements with Roman legions. The formidable Sarmatian cataphracts, armed with lengthy lances and clad in resilient protective mail, embodied a martial prowess that Roman armies had traditionally struggled to neutralize with efficacy. The seamless amalgamation of Sarmatian equestrian maneuvers with Dacian ground troop formations forged potent combined arms capacities, which substantially augmented Dacian martial potency, simultaneously furnishing versatile strategic options for both aggressive assaults and steadfast defensive postures. Economic policies enacted by Decebalus sought to optimize the exploitation of raw materials and manufacturing capacities, concurrently preserving societal cohesion and broad public endorsement for the ongoing martial defiance. The precious metal deposits, particularly gold and silver, which formed the bedrock of Dacian prosperity, saw augmented capital injected into mining apparatus, refinement plants, and logistical arteries. This ensured the ability to sustain output volumes even amidst Roman martial intimidation and the specter of prolonged encirclement. These comprehensive economic preparations encompassed the establishment of novel mercantile pathways, designed to operate unimpeded by Roman efforts to enact economic sanctions or sever established trade ties. Agricultural policies under Decebalus's stewardship prioritized the assurance of provisions and an abundance of yields. This was intended to sustain martial endeavors whilst simultaneously providing for the populace amidst potential blockades or geographical upheaval resulting from warfare. Dacian agricultural communities were tutored in methods of conserving foodstuffs, the erection of robust storage structures, and the cultivation of varied crops, all designed to guarantee consistent sustenance irrespective of prevailing martial or governmental conditions. These extensive agricultural preparations demonstrated an astute comprehension of the intricate supply chain demands essential for protracted martial opposition, and the critical necessity of retaining the populace's allegiance throughout extended periods of strife. The augmentation of artisanal output during Decebalus's reign primarily centered upon the fabrication of martial gear, concurrently upholding ancestral artistic expressions and cultural practices that bolstered the distinct Dacian ethos and societal unity. Armaments workshops across Dacian lands augmented their yield of the iconic falx scythes, sharpened spearheads, precise arrow tips, and protective accoutrements, simultaneously establishing rigorous oversight protocols to guarantee uniform standards of efficacy. These comprehensive manufacturing improvements necessitated adept artisans, bespoke implements, and a steady stream of foundational resources, thereby evidencing the realm's impressive manufacturing prowess and its structured economic framework. And economic organization. During the reign of Decebalus, the religious policies enacted skillfully preserved the established Zalmoxian worship, yet simultaneously evolved spiritual observances to bolster military defiance and foster cohesive political solidarity among the varied ethnic groups inhabiting Dacia. Public religious rites progressively highlighted motifs of self-sacrifice for the common protection of the realm, the unwavering divine endorsement of their just struggle against external subjugation, and the promise of celestial recompense for those who perished valiantly safeguarding Dacian sovereignty. Such sagacious religious adjustments served not only as a profound psychological conditioning for the rigors of conflict, but also steadfastly upheld the indigenous cultural heritage that distinctly set Dacian identity apart from the pervasive Roman cultural penetration. The strategic fusion of ecclesiastical power with martial command under Decebalus forged cohesive leadership frameworks, capable of orchestrating both the spiritual and worldly dimensions of resistance endeavors. This innovative structure concurrently upheld its credibility amongst populous segments deeply reverent of ancestral religious customs. Across the expanse of Dacian domains, pontifical figures furnished both profound spiritual counsel and tangible logistical aid for military readiness, leveraging their considerable communal sway to galvanize enlistment, solicit contributions of vital assets, and secure civilian compliance with the exigencies of military operations. This seamless amalgamation of sacred and martial jurisdiction consequently engendered formidable, all-encompassing resistance capacities, adept at confronting both the tangible material needs and the intricate psychological demands inherent in protracted warfare. Decebalus's approach to societal organization judiciously preserved the ingrained tribal frameworks, even as he inaugurated strategic alterations designed to amplify military efficacy and streamline administrative processes. The autonomous warrior contingents, which had historically functioned as self-reliant entities, were systematically incorporated into more extensive military echelons. This integration allowed for the intricate coordination of tactical maneuvers, all while meticulously safeguarding the vital bonds of personal allegiance that were instrumental in fostering both soldier motivation and unit solidarity. These profound structural metamorphoses necessitated a delicate equilibrium between the imperatives of military prowess and the preservation of cultural integrity, thereby cherishing established warrior customs even as they cultivated the advanced proficiencies indispensable for engaging the formidable professional armies of Rome. The meticulous cultivation of distinct military specializations within the fabric of Dacian society gave rise to an emergent stratum of professional experts, encompassing engineers, covert intelligence agents, diplomatic envoys, and logistical coordinators. These individuals were endowed with competencies absolutely vital for the execution of intricate and advanced military undertakings. Such specialized vocations mandated the establishment of rigorous training curricula, clear pathways for professional advancement, and a system of societal commendation, all of which served to draw in exceptionally gifted individuals. Simultaneously, this system fostered a robust repository of institutional expertise, ensuring its endurance beyond individual losses and sustaining operational effectiveness throughout protracted periods of conflict. The burgeoning of military professionalization within the traditionally structured Dacian society thus signified a profound cultural evolution, significantly augmenting collective capacities while vigilantly upholding foundational cultural attributes. The cultural pinnacles attained during the epoch of Decebalus elegantly mirrored both the enduring artistic legacies of Dacian heritage and groundbreaking innovations. These advancements deftly integrated inspirations derived from interactions with multifarious civilizations, all the while steadfastly preserving a uniquely identifiable Dacian character. Techniques in metal craftsmanship ascended to unparalleled levels of refinement, yielding exquisite decorative items, sacred religious relics, and ornate ceremonial armaments. These creations unequivocally showcased formidable technical prowess and a refined aesthetic discernment. Such remarkable cultural outputs fulfilled both utilitarian roles and profound symbolic objectives, serving to fortify the intrinsic Dacian identity while simultaneously projecting an image of sophisticated cultural achievement to foreign onlookers. Architectural advancements unfolding throughout this era masterfully conflated robust defensive utility with the potent symbolic articulation of Dacian might and cultural excellence. Construction endeavors at pivotal locations prominently featured a monumental scale and pioneering technical ingenuity, which not only underscored Dacian capacities, but also fulfilled essential military and administrative roles. The thoughtful amalgamation of defensive, administrative, and ceremonial architectural forms culminated in the creation of awe-inspiring complexes. These structures eloquently attested to Dacian organizational acumen and cultural refinement, communicating their sophistication effectively to both their own populace and to observers from beyond their borders. The ambitious military engineering initiatives spearheaded by Decebalus encompassed not merely the erection of formidable fortifications, but also the meticulous development of extensive transportation networks, the establishment of sophisticated communication systems, and the creation of comprehensive logistical infrastructure. These integrated efforts were designed to facilitate and sustain synchronized military operations across vast geographical expanses. The construction of strategically important roads forged vital links between principal defensive strongholds, simultaneously affording swift transit capabilities for troop movements and the efficient passage of vital supply convoys. Furthermore, an intricate web of signal towers was meticulously established, enabling rapid and effective communication across challenging mountainous topographies, which would otherwise have severely impeded coherent tactical coordination. The systematic construction of supply depots meticulously curated strategic stockpiles of armaments, provisions, and essential gear, ensuring the sustained viability of military campaigns during prolonged engagements or under arduous siege conditions. The meticulous readying of defensive emplacements, spanning the entirety of Dacian territories, entailed an exhaustive analysis of the landscape coupled with astute strategic foresight. This approach was calculated to exploit inherent geographical benefits to their utmost, while simultaneously fashioning interconnected defensive matrices, engineered for reciprocal assistance and adaptive strategic maneuverability. Mountainous defiles were consequently fortified with robust structures, designed to funnel adversary forces into pre-designated engagement areas, concurrently furnishing secure egress paths for their own defending contingents. Crucial river crossings were readied for potential demolition, a measure intended to obstruct enemy incursions while diligently preserving the mobility of friendly forces via alternative passage points. These comprehensive defensive arrangements unequivocally showcased advanced military engineering proficiencies and profound strategic acumen, indicative of an in-depth examination of prospective Roman invasion corridors and their associated tactical alternatives. The comprehensive intelligence preparation of the battle space involved the meticulous cartography of Roman military encampments and fortifications, a thorough evaluation of enemy strengths and constraints, and the precise pinpointing of strategic weaknesses ripe for exploitation through offensive maneuvers. Dacian reconnaissance operations diligently amassed critical data concerning Roman logistical arteries, their intricate communication systems, and the disposition of their defensive strongholds. This invaluable intelligence, in turn, facilitated granular strategic foresight and tactical readiness for particular military engagements. This systematic gathering of intelligence constituted a level of military readiness that considerably transcended the conventional approaches of tribal warfare, thereby unequivocally demonstrating a refined comprehension of contemporary military imperatives. The intricate orchestration of military readiness across disparate territorial zones and varied tribal confederations necessitated the establishment of robust administrative capacities and sophisticated communication networks. These systems were designed to uphold a singular unity of command while simultaneously honoring regional self-governance and distinct cultural identities. Decebalus ingeniously devised hierarchical command frameworks that elucidated unambiguous lines of authority, yet concurrently preserved a vital degree of latitude for localized adaptation and independent action. These groundbreaking organizational advancements endowed the Dacian military with capabilities that skillfully married the efficiencies inherent in centralized strategic direction with the practical advantages of decentralized operational execution, thereby fostering an agility crucial for responding effectively to evolving tactical scenarios and specific local exigencies. The extensive military fortifications and strategic readiness that Decebalus had meticulously coordinated across his sovereign realm were destined to confront their supreme trial upon the ascension of Marcus Ulpius Trajanus to the imperial purple in 98 AD. In marked contrast to his forebears, who had typically engaged the Dacian conundrum with fluctuating levels of circumspection and diplomatic finesse, Trajan arrived at the zenith of power imbued with an unambiguous blueprint for imperial aggrandizement. He unequivocally perceived Dacia as both an indispensable strategic imperative and a golden prospect for achieving the caliber of military renown that would indelibly solidify his legacy amongst Rome's most illustrious emperors. The newly crowned emperor boasted an impressive dossier of martial expertise, honed through rigorous campaigns in Germania and Hispania, furnishing him with invaluable practical insights into the complexities of frontier combat and the formidable logistical hurdles inherent in subduing staunchly defended barbarian domains. Trajan's incisive strategic evaluation of the Dacian predicament clearly discerned that Decebalus had successfully forged a cohesive kingdom, whose burgeoning military prowess, expansive territorial dominion, and considerable economic assets collectively presented profound perils to Roman suzerainty across the entire Danubian frontier. Intelligence dispatches arriving in Rome detailed the existence of elaborate Dacian defensive works, a highly professionalized military apparatus, and intricate alliance systems. These elements held the latent potential to incite other indigenous peoples to rise in defiance against Roman dominion throughout the entirety of southeastern Europe. The astute emperor grasped that permitting Decebalus to solidify his recent achievements and further augment Dacian strengths would inevitably engender progressively graver menaces to imperial security, which, in the long run, could necessitate a far more substantial commitment of military assets to effectively neutralize. The substantial affluence derived from the prolific Dacian gold mines had evolved into an indispensable determinant within Roman strategic deliberations, particularly as the imperial treasury contended with escalating fiscal strains stemming from burgeoning military expenditures, ambitious infrastructure endeavors, and extensive social welfare schemes, all of which demanded dependable streams of income. Roman economic prognosticators posited that a triumphant subjugation of Dacia could furnish an ample supply of invaluable precious metal reserves, sufficient to underwrite significant imperial undertakings. Concomitantly, such a conquest promised to obviate the considerable outlays associated with sustaining a robust defensive posture along a volatile frontier. The enticing prospect of securing the mining operations wholly intact, rather than reducing them to ruin through protracted hostilities, thus furnished potent inducements for a swift and resolute military intervention, aiming for a rapid subjugation before Dacian forces had the opportunity to enact devastating, scorched earth tactics. The comprehensive military preparations undertaken by Emperor Trajan for the impending Dacian campaign represented an extraordinary feat of logistical forethought and extensive resource mobilization. This immense undertaking not only underscored the sheer magnitude of the envisioned operation, but also incorporated crucial insights gleaned from Rome's prior engagements in challenging geographical landscapes. The emperor meticulously gathered a formidable contingent of roughly 150,000 soldiers, drawing these seasoned warriors from various legions strategically positioned across the vast Roman Empire. This impressive host comprised veteran formations renowned for their profound proficiency in the intricate arts of siege warfare, the demanding intricacies of mountain operations, and complex engineering endeavors. Specifically, the 2nd Adiutrix, 4th Flavia Felix, 7th Claudia, and 1st Minervia legions constituted the formidable backbone of this invasion force. Their ranks were further bolstered by a multitude of auxiliary units, each contributing specialized competencies crucial for effective cavalry maneuvers, precision archery, and advanced siege engineering tasks, thereby creating a well-rounded and versatile fighting machine. The extensive engineering preparations for the forthcoming campaign were equally comprehensive, encompassing the meticulous prefabrication of a diverse array of siege equipment, modular bridge construction materials, and a sophisticated suite of specialized tools. These instruments were specifically conceived and crafted for deployment in the rugged, mountainous topography of Dacia, regions where the customary Roman engineering prowess, typically a decisive factor, might otherwise encounter diminished efficacy. Roman military engineers diligently analyzed exhaustive intelligence reports pertaining to Dacian fortifications, subsequently innovating bespoke techniques and bespoke apparatus explicitly engineered to dismantle Dacian construction methodologies that had, in earlier encounters, demonstrated formidable resilience against conventional siege warfare tactics. The meticulous development and production of advanced artillery pieces, featuring refined ballista and catapult designs, unequivocally underscored Rome's unwavering resolve to secure a definitive technological ascendancy. This superiority was intended to effectively offset and overcome the inherent defensive advantages afforded to the Dacians by their formidable natural terrain. The inaugural phase of the First Dacian War was initiated in 101 AD, marked by the synchronized crossing of Roman legions across the formidable Danube River at numerous points concurrently. This meticulously orchestrated maneuver constituted a pivotal component of a grand strategic design, explicitly formulated to preclude any possibility of Dacian forces consolidating their entire military might against a singular Roman invasion axis. Emperor Trajan himself assumed direct command of the principal invasion contingent, which executed its crossing near the location now recognized as modern-day Drobeta Târnu Severin. Simultaneously, additional Roman contingents established vital bridgeheads at other strategically significant sites, thereby ensuring reciprocal support among the invading columns, while concurrently posing a credible threat to a multiplicity of Dacian defensive strongholds. This innovative multi-axis invasion paradigm compelled the Dacian king, Decebalus, to fragment his military assets across several imperiled regions, effectively thwarting his capacity to execute the concentrated defensive maneuvers that might have otherwise presented a far more formidable challenge against a monolithic, singular Roman invasion force. The inherent superiority of Roman engineering capabilities became strikingly evident from the outset of the campaign, particularly manifest in the astonishingly swift erection of pontoon bridges. These crucial structures facilitated the unhindered passage of heavy military equipment and extensive supply convoys across the expansive Danube River. Notwithstanding vigorous Dacian endeavors to dispute and impede these vital river crossings, Roman engineers had meticulously prepared and prefabricated bridge components in advance. This foresight allowed for their exceptionally rapid assembly even amidst active combat scenarios, thereby conferring upon the Roman legions unparalleled tactical mobility advantages that Dacian forces found exceedingly challenging, if not impossible, to effectively counteract. The sheer rapidity of Roman bridge construction critically preempted Dacian defenders from successfully orchestrating cohesive and coordinated assaults against the vulnerable Roman forces during the perilous river crossing operations. This efficiency enabled the Romans to firmly establish secure footholds on the northern bank of the Danube, long before any truly effective or comprehensive Dacian defensive responses could be marshaled and implemented. The introductory phase of the Roman invasion was met with exceptionally fierce and tenacious resistance from the Dacian forces, a testament to the profound effectiveness of their recent military reforms and meticulous defensive preparations. Dacian warriors, uniquely armed with their formidable falx weapons, distinctive curved blades, demonstrated an unnerving proficiency at inflicting grievous casualties upon the disciplined Roman infantry formations. This was particularly evident during the brutal intensity of close-quarters combat, where the inherent design of the phalanx allowed its wielder to exploit critical vulnerabilities within Roman armor and penetrate the protective integrity of their tightly arrayed shield formations. Roman commanders, witnessing this devastating efficacy firsthand, swiftly developed a profound respect for Dacian combat prowess. In response, they promptly initiated significant tactical modifications, shifting emphasis towards the deployment of missile weapons, the execution of precisely coordinated formation assaults, and the innovative application of engineering solutions. These adaptations were strategically designed to minimize direct infantry confrontations, precisely those scenarios where the unique advantages of the Dacian falx weapons proved most lethal. The arduous advance towards the principal Dacian strongholds necessitated that Roman forces systematically dismantle and overcome a formidable series of defensive positions. These formidable obstacles had been meticulously conceived and constructed by Decebalus, strategically interspersed along every conceivable approach route leading to his impregnable mountain fortresses. Each individual defensive bastion demanded exhaustive and systematic siege operations, a process that invariably devoured considerable quantities of precious time, vital resources, and invaluable manpower. Concurrently, these protracted engagements afforded Dacian forces ample opportunity to inflict casualties upon the invaders and significantly impede Roman progress towards their overarching strategic objectives. In response to this persistent challenge, Roman military engineers ingeniously devised and refined a suite of specialized techniques specifically tailored for the reduction of Dacian fortifications. These innovative methods encompassed the strategic deployment of undermining operations, the relentless application of concentrated artillery bombardments, and the precise execution of coordinated assault tactics, all designed to negate and ultimately surmount the inherent advantages bestowed by the unique Dacian construction methodologies. The climactic Second Battle of Tapai emerged as the pivotal and decisive confrontation of the initial Dacian campaign. In this momentous engagement, Roman forces, operating under the direct and personal command of Emperor Trajan, clashed with the principal Dacian army. The Dacians had meticulously fortified a defensive position, expertly chosen to amplify their inherent tactical advantages, while simultaneously diminishing the pronounced Roman superiority in both military equipment and organizational discipline. The chosen battlefield itself presented a formidable natural defense, characterized by precipitously steep slopes, extensive and dense forest cover, and a network of cunningly prepared obstacles. These features were strategically designed to funnel Roman forces into confined, predetermined killing zones, areas where the ferocious Dacian falx warriors could unleash the full, devastating effectiveness of their unique weapons against the more conventionally arrayed Roman formations. The engagement commenced with a period of extensive and probing skirmishing, as both formidable armies cautiously maneuvered, each striving to secure a tactical advantage while diligently assessing the capabilities and discerning the intentions of their formidable adversary. The Roman tactical deployments implemented at Tapai vividly demonstrated a profound assimilation of crucial lessons garnered from previous, often costly, encounters with Dacian forces. Their strategy placed a paramount emphasis on the seamless integration of coordinated artillery support, the unwavering discipline inherent in their formation movements, and the systematic capitalization on Rome's undeniable advantages in superior armor protection and highly refined organizational coordination. Roman commanders strategically arrayed their formidable ballistae and catapult units to unleash a relentless barrage of suppressive fire against entrenched Dacian positions. Concurrently, the unyielding legionary formations advanced in meticulously coordinated waves, exhibiting remarkable resilience and maintaining their intricate formation integrity despite navigating exceptionally arduous terrain and confronting exceptionally fierce and determined resistance from their Dacian adversaries. The overarching Roman tactical philosophy at Tapai was characterized by a relentless application of steady, unyielding pressure and the systematic, methodical reduction of Dacian defensive positions. This strategy deliberately eschewed attempts at rapid, decisive breakthrough operations, which Roman strategists correctly assessed might render their forces vulnerable to swift and effective Dacian counterattacks. In contrast, the Dacian defensive tactics displayed at Tapai evinced a sophisticated and profound comprehension of their indigenous capabilities and inherent limitations. They expertly maximized the formidable advantages afforded by their judicious terrain selection and the meticulous preparation of their fortified positions. King Decebalus, with considerable foresight, arrayed his forces to exploit to the fullest extent the natural protection offered by the steep slopes and dense forest cover, simultaneously establishing a series of multiple, well-prepared fallback positions. These layered defenses were designed to ensure that organized resistance could be sustained and prolonged, even in the event of an initial penetration of their primary defensive lines. Dacian field commanders meticulously orchestrated a complex array of attacks, integrating their fearsome falx-armed heavy infantry with precise supporting missile fire and agile cavalry operations. These coordinated assaults were ingeniously conceived to disrupt the disciplined movements of Roman formations and to engineer critical vulnerabilities, thereby creating opportune moments for decisive counterattacks against any exposed Roman units. The devastating efficacy of the Dacian falx weapons against Roman military equipment became disturbingly conspicuous during the brutal, close-quarters combat phases of the engagement. The distinctive curved blades demonstrated an uncanny ability to hook around the edges of Roman shields, bypassing their primary defense, and subsequently delivering ghastly, devastating cuts to exposed limbs and vulnerable necks of the legionaries. Roman soldiers quickly discovered that their traditional scutum shields, typically a bastion of protection, offered significantly less effective defense against the unique mechanics of falx attacks compared to conventional, straight-bladed weaponry. This was primarily due to the falx's curved design, which could cunningly exploit nuances in shield positioning and deliver strikes from unforeseen and perilous angles. Roman military observers meticulously documented that the wounds inflicted by the falx were, as a rule, considerably more severe and debilitating than those caused by straight-edged blades. This severity not only caused physical trauma, but also generated profound psychological effects, which, in turn, perceptibly diminished Roman combat effectiveness, even when the actual casualty figures remained within what might otherwise be deemed acceptable strategic thresholds. In response to the formidable challenge posed by the falx, Roman tactical adaptations during the intense battle included the swift deployment of specialized anti-falx formations. These innovative configurations deliberately prioritized meticulously coordinated spear work, utilizing the longer reach of the spear to maintain distance, alongside robust missile support. This dual-pronged strategy was explicitly designed to keep Dacian warriors at ranges where their distinctive and deadly falx weapons could not be effectively brought to bear. Roman commanders strategically positioned their auxiliary archers and slingers to unleash a continuous, harassing barrage of projectiles upon Dacian formations, thereby disrupting their advances and weakening their resolve. Simultaneously, Disciplined legionary spearmen meticulously constructed impenetrable defensive screens, effectively precluding the close-quarters combat engagements where the falx weapons had proven most perilously effective. These crucial tactical innovations demanded an extraordinary degree of careful coordination and unwavering disciplined execution amidst the chaotic and perilous conditions of active combat, serving as a powerful testament to the exemplary Roman military professionalism and their remarkable capacity for adaptability under extreme duress. The ultimate resolution of the protracted Second Battle of Tapai was achieved not through a singular, dramatic, decisive action or a sudden breakthrough operation, but rather through the relentless application of systematic Roman pressure, which progressively and inexorably eroded Dacian resistance. Roman artillery units sustained an unceasing and concentrated bombardment of Dacian positions, relentlessly pounding their defenses. Concurrently, their resilient infantry formations advanced with methodical precision, steadily navigating through the network of prepared obstacles and entrenched defensive positions. The formidable confluence of Roman technological superiority, their remarkably efficient logistical support, and their meticulously disciplined tactical execution ultimately proved insurmountable. These combined strengths effectively neutralized the inherent Dacian advantages in difficult terrain. Their fierce individual motivation and their impressive individual combat skills, compelling the Dacian forces to strategically withdraw from their meticulously prepared positions in order to avert their complete and utter destruction. The subsequent Dacian withdrawal operations, far from being a disorganized retreat, unequivocally showcased a sophisticated degree of military planning and a highly disciplined execution. This strategic maneuver successfully preserved substantial portions of King Decebalus's army, ensuring their availability for future engagements and thereby denying Roman forces the definitive, complete victory that might otherwise have immediately extinguished all Dacian resistance. Dacian commanders meticulously implemented a series of coordinated delaying actions, expertly designed to significantly impede and slow the Roman pursuit. Simultaneously, these rearguard actions provided crucial cover and protection for their main forces as they systematically disengaged and withdrew to preselected secondary defensive positions. The undeniable effectiveness of these well-executed Dacian withdrawal operations critically prevented Roman forces from achieving the decisive and total annihilation of enemy military capabilities, a triumph that would undoubtedly have rendered any further organized Dacian resistance utterly impossible. The aftermath of the Battle of Tapai compelled the Roman legions to undertake a methodical dismantling of Dacian defensive strongholds, simultaneously contending with the complexities of attenuated logistical lines and an escalating tally of casualties, which starkly underscored the ferocity of the Dacian opposition. Roman engineering acumen proved indispensable for sustaining the offensive impetus, as military sappers diligently constructed an intricate network of roads, bridges, and supply depots. These vital infrastructures facilitated continuous operations across the arduous terrain, even in the face of persistent Dacian endeavors to disrupt Roman supply arrangements. The establishment of enduring Roman garrisons and fortifications throughout the newly subjugated territories unequivocally signaled the imperial government's resolute intent to retain dominion over captured regions, concurrently providing strategic staging points for subsequent offensive maneuvers. Among the myriad feats of engineering during the entire campaign, Trajan's bridge stood as the preeminent accomplishment, a monumental testament to Roman technical mastery that fundamentally transmuted the military calculus along the Danube frontier. The ambitious bridge construction endeavor, meticulously overseen by the renowned architect Apollodorus of Damascus, necessitated the fabrication of colossal stone piers. These robust supports were designed to uphold a timber superstructure, robust enough to accommodate heavy military convoys, irrespective of prevailing meteorological conditions. The judicious selection of the bridge's location, proximate to modern-day Drobeta Târnu Severin, offered not only optimal conditions for its construction, but also afforded unparalleled strategic access to Dacian lands, thereby enabling the prosecution of protracted military engagements. The intricate technical specifications of Trajan's bridge encapsulated a profound comprehension of hydraulic engineering, structural mechanics, and sophisticated construction methodologies, truly representing the zenith of Roman engineering ingenuity. The magnificent span extended approximately 1,135 meters in length, incorporating 20 meticulously crafted stone piers that ascended to an impressive elevation of up to 60 meters above the river's surface. Each individual pier was anchored by massive stone foundations, engineered to withstand the destructive forces of seasonal floods, the abrasive impact of ice, and potential acts of sabotage, all while bearing the considerable weight of the wooden arch structures that formed the actual thoroughfare. This prodigious construction undertaking demanded the synchronized efforts of vast labor contingents, specialized equipment, and an unparalleled depth of engineering expertise, powerfully demonstrating the Romans' extraordinary organizational capacities and profound technical knowledge. The strategic ramifications of Trajan's bridge reverberated far beyond its immediate tactical utility, as this permanent river-crossing facility enabled the swift deployment of Roman legions deep into Dacian territory. Concurrently, it established inviolable supply arteries, capable of sustaining extended military operations regardless of seasonal variations or concerted enemy attempts at interdiction. The bridge effectively neutralized the inherent advantages the Dacians had previously enjoyed by controlling the limited Danube crossings, bestowing upon Roman commanders a degree of tactical pliancy that allowed for agile responses to evolving military exigencies. Furthermore, the psychological resonance of the bridge's construction, profoundly impacting both Roman and Dacian populations, underscored the imperial capacity for engineering marvels and unwavering resolve, thereby significantly influencing political calculations across the entire region. The construction of this colossal bridge was fraught with considerable challenges, including the imperative of managing the Danube's often unpredictable currents, orchestrating the procurement and transportation of immense quantities of building materials, and rigorously adhering to demanding work schedules despite the persistent threat of enemy interference and adverse weather phenomena. Roman engineers, exhibiting remarkable ingenuity, devised groundbreaking construction techniques that permitted the precise placement of massive stone blocks within the swift river currents, all while meticulously preserving the exact alignment and structural integrity crucial for the bridge's long-term endurance. The sheer scope of the project necessitated extensive quarrying operations, the establishment of comprehensive transportation networks, and the deployment of highly specialized construction machinery, collectively representing a logistical undertaking of monumental proportions that demanded seamless coordination among numerous military and civilian organizations. The successful completion of Trajan's bridge empowered Roman forces to exert relentless pressure upon Dacian defensive positions, simultaneously affording secure routes for withdrawal that substantially mitigated the inherent risks associated with prolonged operations deep within hostile territory. Roman military strategists were now at liberty to execute strategic options that had previously been unattainable, constrained as they were by formidable logistical impediments and the inherent vulnerabilities of river crossings. This formidable bridge facility furnished capabilities for rapid reinforcement, efficient resupply, and unparalleled tactical flexibility, fundamentally recalibrating the strategic equilibrium between the Roman and Dacian military powers. The Provisional Peace Accord that brought the initial Dacian War to its conclusion reflected a delicate interplay between ambitious Roman strategic objectives and pragmatic limitations that precluded the immediate and total subjugation of Dacian territories. While Roman forces had indeed secured notable tactical triumphs and captured pivotal Dacian strongholds, the arduous campaign had also starkly revealed the considerable costs and formidable challenges inherent in conquering well-fortified, mountainous regions defended by an exceptionally resolute populace. Emperor Trajan, with astute foresight, acknowledged that a complete conquest would necessitate a far greater investment of resources, time, and military preparations, which could be more judiciously amassed through a temporary cessation of hostilities, offering invaluable opportunities for more thorough and deliberate groundwork. The specific terms of the peace, meticulously negotiated between Emperor Trajan and King Decebalus, formally constituted Dacia as a Roman client kingdom. This new status entailed precise obligations concerning tribute payments, military assistance, and territorial delimitations, all meticulously crafted to serve paramount Roman strategic interests, while, ostensibly, preserving a degree of Dacian political autonomy under pervasive Roman oversight. Decebalus reluctantly consented to the demolition of certain fortifications, the provision of hostages as tangible assurances of compliance, and the acceptance of Roman garrisons stationed at strategically vital locations. These Roman outposts were intended to vigilantly monitor Dacian activities and simultaneously serve as forward operating bases for potential future military engagements, should circumstances warrant. These carefully delineated terms conferred upon Rome substantial strategic advantages, whilst affording Decebalus a precarious opportunity to retain nominal authority over his kingdom and to surreptitiously prepare for the inevitable future conflicts. Roman strategic deliberations concerning the peace settlement sagaciously recognized that a temporary cessation of hostilities could yield invaluable opportunities for intelligence gathering, comprehensive logistical preparation, and astute political maneuvering. Such endeavors were perceived as critical in enhancing the prospects for unequivocally successful future military campaigns. Roman administrators were thus able to capitalize on the interlude of peace to establish more efficient and resilient supply networks, to meticulously gather detailed intelligence regarding Dacian military capabilities and intentions, and to assiduously cultivate political relationships with potential Dacian allies who might be persuaded to support Roman objectives during subsequent conflicts. Furthermore, the settlement provided a crucial period for Roman military units to recuperate from the rigors and casualties of the campaign, concurrently allowing for the thorough integration of hard-won lessons derived from their combat experiences against the formidable Dacian forces. Conversely, Dacian strategic objectives during the intricate peace negotiations were primarily directed towards gaining a crucial respite for military rearmament, the cultivation of diplomatic alliances, and economic recuperation. These efforts were all designed to bolster their resistance capabilities in anticipation of the unavoidable future confrontations with the formidable Roman legions. King Decebalus harbored no illusions. Recognizing that the ultimate trajectory of Roman imperial ambitions inexorably pointed towards the complete subjugation of Dacia. Consequently, he viewed the peace settlement not as a permanent resolution to the protracted conflict, but rather as a fleeting, temporary reprieve. The astute Dacian monarch diligently utilized this period of tranquility to strengthen his kingdom's fortifications, to expand and refine military training programs, and to assiduously forge new alliance relationships that could potentially furnish additional support during future military operations. The practical implementation of these peace terms invariably generated persistent tensions and diplomatic disputes, unequivocally reflecting the fundamental irreconcilability between overarching Roman imperial objectives and the deeply cherished Dacian aspirations for unyielding independence. Roman demands for substantial tribute payments, significant territorial concessions, and stringent military restrictions inherently clashed with deeply entrenched Dacian traditions and their essential political requirements, rendering complete compliance either exceedingly arduous or outright impracticable. These inherent difficulties in implementing the peace accord served as convenient pretexts for future Roman military intervention, concurrently engendering intense political pressures that rendered a renewed conflict increasingly probable, notwithstanding the ostensibly agreed-upon temporary accommodation. Intelligence operations during the interim peace period involved an extensive and clandestine collection of information by both opposing sides. Roman and Dacian representatives alike ceaselessly endeavored to meticulously assess the enemy's military capabilities, strategic intentions, and underlying vulnerabilities, all with the explicit aim of securing decisive advantages in any future armed confrontations. Roman intelligence operations specifically concentrated on precisely mapping Dacian fortifications, accurately evaluating their military strength, and identifying potential internal political divisions that could be shrewdly exploited during subsequent military campaigns. Conversely, Dacian intelligence gathering efforts heavily emphasized monitoring Roman military preparations, discerning their strategic planning, and observing political developments that might serve as crucial indicators for the timing and precise objectives of renewed Roman military action. The Second Dacian War dramatically erupted in 105 AD, a direct consequence of accumulated tensions and pervasive mutual suspicions that rendered any continued peaceful coexistence utterly impossible, notwithstanding the formal treaty obligations that theoretically governed the intricate Roman-Dacian relationship. Roman accusations, alleging flagrant Dacian treaty violations, provided the requisite justification for the immediate resumption of military action. Simultaneously, the discernible Dacian preparations for robust resistance unequivocally indicated their profound recognition that an armed conflict had become utterly inevitable, entirely irrespective of any ongoing diplomatic efforts to uphold the fragile peace. Both formidable empires had shrewdly utilized the intervening period to substantially enhance their respective military capabilities and fortify their strategic positions, thereby meticulously setting the stage for a far more decisive and comprehensive military confrontation than had been witnessed during the initial campaign. The conclusive triumph achieved at Sarmizegetusa Regia in 106 AD signified not merely the cessation of Dacian sovereignty, but rather the inauguration of one of the Roman Empire's most daring and intricate provincial undertakings. As the lingering haze dissipated from the smoldering ruins of the vanquished capital, and the self-inflicted demise of King Decebalus extinguished the final vestiges of coordinated opposition. Emperor Trajan confronted the formidable undertaking of converting a vehemently autonomous warrior realm into a flourishing and advantageous Roman province. The imperial sovereign's strategic foresight transcended mere military annexation. His aspiration was to forge an exemplary province that would vividly illustrate Rome's profound capability for cultural assimilation and societal restructuring, concurrently maximizing the financial advantages derived from Dacia's renowned and abundant mineral resources. The nascent formation of the Roman province of Dacia necessitated prompt and critical administrative determinations, decisions poised to profoundly influence the trajectory of the region's evolution for succeeding generations. Emperor Trajan strategically designated Decimus Terentius Scarianus as the inaugural provincial governor, a sagacious selection based on his distinguished career as an adept administrator who had consistently exhibited exceptional proficiency in overseeing intricate territorial transitions and effectively governing heterogeneous populations. Scarianus arrived in the newly acquired Dacian lands, bearing unequivocal directives to meticulously execute extensive Romanization doctrines, simultaneously upholding a robust and adequate military deployment to preempt any resurgence of defiance from the remnants of Dacian communities dispersed across the rugged mountainous terrains where Roman dominion still exhibited a precarious and uncertain grip. The intricate administrative framework implemented within Roman Dacia largely conformed to pre-existing provincial archetypes, yet it judiciously integrated bespoke modifications deemed indispensable for the effective governance of territories, distinguished by their singular geographical contours and distinct demographic compositions. Initially, the province underwent a bipartite administrative apportionment, segregating into two principal regions. Dacia Superior, which embraced the erstwhile nucleus of King Decebalus's dominion, notably incorporating the Oresti Mountains and their contiguous vicinities, and Dacia Inferior, which encompassed the expansive eastern and southern territories that had historically evinced a less profound integration into the antecedent Dacian political apparatus. This strategic bifurcation underscored not only pragmatic administrative expediencies, but also a sagacious acknowledgement that disparate regions would inevitably necessitate divergent methodologies for their successful assimilation and comprehensive oversight. Roman administrative enclaves, meticulously established across the expanse of the newly acquired province, fulfilled a multitude of pivotal roles, functioning concurrently as formidable military garrisons, bustling commercial arteries, and potent emblems of imperial sovereignty, thereby unequivocally demonstrating Rome's unwavering and perpetual resolve to assert dominion over its recently subjugated domains. The judicious selection of locations for these crucial administrative nuclei was predicated upon a scrupulous evaluation of several interdependent factors. Their strategic topographical advantage, inherent defensive attributes, the efficacy of extant communication conduits, and their latent economic viability, all of which were indispensable for sustaining a durable Roman footprint while simultaneously expediting the seamless integration of indigenous populations into the overarching imperial frameworks. The foundational establishment of Ulpia Traiana Sarmizegetusa epitomized the most consequential urban development initiative within the nascent province, giving rise to a quintessential Roman city destined to function as the provincial capital, concurrently serving as a powerful symbolic replacement for the obliterated Dacian stronghold and standing as an enduring monument to the grandeur of Roman civilization. The strategic placement of this nascent urban center within the Hallstatt region conferred a plethora of advantages, encompassing naturally defensible topography, ready access to vital water sources, propinquity to valuable mineral deposits, and robust communication arteries connecting it to other significant settlements throughout the provincial expanse. Roman urban architects meticulously conceived Ulpia Traiana Sarmizegetusa, adhering rigorously to established Roman city planning tenets, yet astutely integrating specific adaptations necessitated by the distinctive local geographical conditions. The meticulous urban blueprint of Ulpia Traiana Sarmizegetusa showcased the quintessential Roman orthogonal grid scheme, centered around a vibrant forum encircled by an array of imposing public edifices. These included a stately basilica, revered temples, luxurious public baths, and efficient administrative offices, all collectively furnishing indispensable civic amenities, while simultaneously proclaiming the advanced architectural prowess of Rome. The colossal undertaking of the city's construction necessitated an immense mobilization of manpower, comprising both eager voluntary laborers drawn by the allure of employment prospects and conscripted local populations compelled to contribute their manual efforts to these monumental infrastructure ventures. Archaeological investigations compellingly suggest that the city's expansion and refinement unfolded with remarkable alacrity, with the primary public structures reaching completion within the initial decade following the Roman annexation. The residential enclaves nestled within Ulpia Traiana Sarmizegetusa served as a palpable reflection of the pronounced social stratification inherent in Roman colonial societies. Affluent Roman colonists inhabited expansive and opulent domus, replete with sophisticated amenities such as advanced hypocaust heating systems, intricately patterned mosaic floors, and private bathing facilities, indicative of their elevated status. Concurrently, the burgeoning middle-class populace, encompassing Roman citizens of more modest financial standing and prosperous indigenous merchants, resided in more diminutive yet elegantly appointed dwellings, which visibly underscored their successful assimilation into the broader Roman social and economic frameworks. The working-class communities, conversely, occupied multi-story apartment structures and smaller, more utilitarian houses, which, while offering fundamental shelter, nonetheless adhered to the prevailing Roman urban planning and sanitation benchmarks. The vibrant commercial sectors interspersed throughout the burgeoning capital were characterized by a profusion of retail establishments, artisanal workshops, expansive warehouses, and well-organized market complexes. These facilities vigorously sustained both localized economic transactions and extensive long-distance mercantile connections, thereby seamlessly integrating Dacia into the expansive Roman commercial networks. The systematic implementation of Roman commercial jurisprudence and the compulsory adoption of standardized weights and measures significantly streamlined trading interactions, concurrently affording robust legal safeguards that vigorously stimulated capital investment and fostered robust economic advancement. The diverse market infrastructure notably encompassed dedicated zones for various categories of merchandise, with a pronounced emphasis placed upon the exchange of precious metals, staple agricultural commodities, and an array of manufactured articles, all of which eloquently mirrored the predominant economic imperatives of the newly established province. The ecclesiastical architecture within Ulpia Traiana Sarmizegetusa judiciously integrated both venerable Roman temple designs and innovative syncretic religious edifices, which thoughtfully assimilated indigenous spiritual customs within parameters deemed acceptable by Roman orthodoxy. The monumental erection of a Capitolium, consecrated to the revered triad of Jupiter, Juno, and Minerva, unequivocally solidified the official Roman religious imprimatur. Furthermore, various other temples, dedicated to a pantheon of Roman deities, afforded ample opportunities for worship to the diverse populace of colonists originating from disparate corners of the vast empire. Compelling archaeological corroboration intimates that certain ancestral Dacian religious observances persisted, albeit in transmuted configurations, ensuring they posed no discernible challenge to the prevailing Roman political hegemony or the established social stratum. The colossal colonization initiative systematically executed across Roman Dacia constituted one of the most expansive population translocation endeavors recorded in the annals of Roman imperial history. This ambitious program orchestrated the influx of settlers from the furthest reaches of the empire, serving to firmly establish Roman demographic supremacy while simultaneously furnishing the requisite skilled labor and administrative acumen indispensable for the comprehensive development of the new province. Emperor Trajan's meticulously crafted colonization doctrines were specifically designed to cultivate resilient Roman communities, capable of not only upholding imperial dominion, but also meticulously extracting the utmost economic advantage from Dacia's abundant natural resources and its strategically significant geographical positioning. The recruitment of these colonists judiciously tapped into a heterogeneous array of populations spread across the entire Roman Empire, encompassing seasoned veterans of the recent Dacian campaigns, who were handsomely rewarded with generous land grants for their distinguished military service, as well as civilian volunteers enticed by the burgeoning economic prospects within a resource-laden province, and highly specialized craftsmen whose invaluable expertise was critically important for the sophisticated development of extensive mining operations and robust urban infrastructure. The inherent heterogeneity in the origins of these settlers fostered the emergence of vibrant, cosmopolitan communities, which vividly mirrored the inherently multicultural tapestry of Roman imperial society, all while steadfastly preserving a distinct Roman cultural and political identity. The numerous veteran settlements, strategically established throughout the Dacian territory, served a dual imperative. They were instrumental in driving agricultural development and simultaneously bolstering military security. This was achieved through the deliberate creation of readily defensible enclaves, populated by seasoned soldiers who possessed the capability to swiftly interdict any emerging security threats, concurrently cultivating highly productive agricultural enterprises vital for sustaining the burgeoning provincial economy. These veteran colonies were beneficiaries of substantial land allocations, which judiciously encompassed both fertile agricultural parcels and valuable urban properties. This comprehensive endowment served as a powerful economic stimulus, robustly encouraging permanent settlement among the former soldiers, while simultaneously ensuring the sustained maintenance of their military preparedness. Archaeological investigations provide compelling insights, indicating that these veteran settlements were characterized by meticulously standardized layouts, featuring strategically positioned central defensive installations encircled by expansive agricultural territories, meticulously designed to sustain the resident populations through periods of exigency and potential conflict. The contingent of civilian colonists comprised a diverse array of individuals, including astute merchants, skilled craftsmen, diligent administrators, and industrious farmers, all of whom actively pursued burgeoning economic prospects within a province where substantial Roman investment and ambitious development initiatives generated a significant demand for a wide spectrum of specialized skills and essential services. The colonial administration, in its strategic foresight, extended a variety of compelling inducements, notably encompassing generous tax exemptions, advantageous land grants, and valuable legal privileges. These incentives were meticulously crafted to stimulate robust immigration, concurrently ensuring that every newcomer possessed the specific proficiencies deemed indispensable for the province's holistic advancement. The rigorous selection protocol for civilian colonists placed a paramount emphasis on identifying individuals who could not only substantially contribute to economic prosperity, but also steadfastly uphold unwavering allegiance to fundamental Roman political tenets and cherished cultural values. The demographic metamorphosis of Dacia unfolded in a meticulously systematic fashion as Roman colonists progressively established thriving communities across territories that had been significantly depopulated by the ravages of warfare or deliberately abandoned by indigenous Dacian populations seeking to evade Roman suzerainty. Contemporary population assessments indicate that the Roman colonization effort introduced several 100,000 settlers into Dacia within the initial generation of imperial governance, thereby forging decisive Roman demographic majorities in pivotal urban centers and strategically vital regions. Concurrently, a more heterogeneous population mosaic was sustained in the agrarian hinterlands, where surviving Dacian communities diligently continued their agricultural pursuits under the watchful oversight and administrative guidance of Roman authorities. The Roman administration implemented a range of integration policies designed to forge a unified provincial populace, seamlessly blending Roman colonists with the resilient Dacian communities. This ambitious endeavor relied on a sophisticated interplay of legal frameworks, economic incentives, and cultural dissemination, all meticulously crafted to foster cooperation while steadfastly upholding Roman political supremacy. These comprehensive integration initiatives encompass the strategic encouragement of intermarriage between Roman and Dacian inhabitants, the cultivation of synergistic economic partnerships that effectively merged Roman capital with invaluable local expertise and labor, and the establishment of educational programs. These programs were specifically designed to impart the Latin language and Roman customs to indigenous populations, aspiring to elevate their standing within the intricate imperial systems. Immediately following the military conquest, the systematic economic exploitation of Dacian resources commenced in earnest. Roman engineers and administrators swiftly initiated comprehensive extraction programs, meticulously designed to maximize the output of precious metals. Simultaneously, they diligently fostered agricultural and commercial ventures, ensuring a robust economic base capable of sustaining long-term imperial investment. The fabled abundance of Dacian gold mines had, in fact, served as the primary impetus for Trajan's decisive conquest. Consequently, Roman mining operations were meticulously geared towards extracting the utmost value from these invaluable resources, all while rigorously maintaining production levels sufficient to support both localized development and substantial imperial revenues. The gold mining operations nestled within the Apuseni Mountains garnered immediate and focused attention from Roman engineers, who brought with them advanced extraction methodologies and unparalleled organizational prowess. These capabilities were poised to dramatically escalate production far beyond the levels achieved under previous Dacian administration. Roman mining techniques ingeniously incorporated sophisticated hydraulic systems, which expertly diverted water to effectively wash gold-bearing gravels. They also included the meticulous construction of underground shafts, providing crucial access to deeper ore deposits, and refined processing techniques that consistently achieved superior recovery rates from raw ore materials. Extensive archaeological investigations at historically significant sites, such as Roscia Montana, have unearthed vast Roman mining installations, revealing a complex network of processing facilities, dedicated worker housing, and administrative edifices that collectively underpinned these colossal extraction enterprises. The sheer magnitude of Roman mining operations necessitated a colossal workforce, comprising both free laborers, who were enticed by relatively attractive wages, and enslaved populations, who bore the brunt of manual labor in the perilous underground environments. Roman mining communities developed distinct social strata that vividly reflected the inherently dangerous yet exceptionally profitable nature of mining work. Successful miners often amassed considerable wealth, yet they remained acutely aware of the pervasive occupational hazards that rendered mining careers both lucrative and, regrettably, often tragically brief. The proliferation of mining settlements mandated the development of extensive supporting infrastructure, including robust food production systems, specialized equipment manufacturing facilities, and intricate transportation networks that seamlessly linked these mining regions with the broader provincial economic systems. Silver mining operations served as a vital complement to the extensive gold extraction activities, albeit necessitating distinct technical approaches and processing methodologies, which Roman engineers skillfully adapted to the unique local geological conditions. Silver ore deposits found within Dacian territories typically occurred in conjunction with lead ore, a combination that mandated intricate processes to meticulously separate the valuable silver from the base metals. Roman metallurgists established sophisticated processing facilities capable of efficiently handling immense volumes of ore while rigorously upholding the stringent quality standards essential for both monetary and commercial applications. The seamless integration of silver mining into existing Roman monetary systems yielded immediate economic dividends, simultaneously bolstering provincial development through an augmented money supply and invigorated commercial activity. Agricultural development across Roman Dacia strategically prioritized both subsistence production, which was absolutely essential to support the burgeoning populations, and commercial agriculture, designed to generate lucrative export revenues while simultaneously diminishing reliance on imported food supplies. Roman agricultural techniques, meticulously introduced to Dacian territories, encompassed improved plowing methods, innovative crop rotation systems, and refined livestock management practices. These advancements collectively enhanced productivity while diligently preserving soil fertility over prolonged durations. The inherently fertile plains and valleys, which had historically sustained Dacian agricultural communities, provided an exceptional foundation for the ambitious expansion of Roman agricultural operations. Roman colonists, drawing upon their extensive agricultural knowledge from their regions of origin, established diverse farming systems that ingeniously combined Mediterranean crops with established local agricultural traditions, meticulously adapted to the specific Dacian climate and soil conditions. Wheat and barley production experienced a significant expansion under Roman administration, providing essential staple grains for both local consumption and lucrative export to other provinces. Viticulture received particular attention as Roman colonists meticulously established vineyards capable of producing wine for local markets, with the ambitious potential of developing export capabilities that could vigorously compete with long-established wine-producing regions throughout the vast empire. Livestock operations witnessed a considerable expansion under Roman administration as colonists introduced refined breeding techniques and advanced management practices. These innovations significantly augmented the production of meat, dairy products, leather, and wool, all of which were indispensable for both local consumption and lucrative commercial trade. Cattle herding particularly benefited from Roman veterinary expertise and selective breeding programs, which dramatically improved animal health and overall productivity. Sheep and goat operations flourished in the mountainous regions, where these resilient animals could effectively utilize marginal grazing lands, while simultaneously yielding wool and other valuable products for textile manufacturing and the burgeoning export trade. Integration into the vast Roman trade networks afforded Dacian producers unparalleled access to markets across the entire empire, simultaneously creating a substantial demand for Dacian products. This burgeoning demand actively spurred economic diversification and robust development within the province. Roman commercial law and meticulously standardized business practices significantly curtailed transaction costs and mitigated legal uncertainties that had previously constrained trade relationships. This newfound stability empowered Dacian merchants to effectively participate in long-distance commerce. The extensive construction of improved transportation infrastructure, including meticulously engineered roads, durable bridges, and strategically located port facilities, profoundly enhanced connectivity with major trade routes, while simultaneously reducing shipping costs and accelerating delivery times. The profound cultural transformation of Dacia under Roman administration involved systematic and deliberate efforts to introduce the Latin language, Roman law, distinct architectural styles, and prevalent social customs. This extensive integration was carefully managed alongside the persistent presence of local traditions that did not inherently conflict with core imperial political objectives. Roman cultural policies were precisely aimed at cultivating provincial populations that maintained unwavering loyalty to imperial authority, while simultaneously contributing productively to the region's economic and social advancement. These ambitious cultural transformation endeavors necessitated a delicate equilibrium, promoting the grandeur of Roman civilization while respectfully acknowledging and, where appropriate, incorporating local customs into acceptable, often hybrid, cultural forms. The widespread adoption of the Latin language unfolded through multiple interconnected channels, including stringent official administrative requirements, abundant educational opportunities, and compelling economic incentives that rendered Latin proficiency absolutely essential for upward mobility within Roman social and economic systems. Roman schools, strategically established in major urban centers, provided comprehensive Latin instruction for both the children of Roman colonists and indigenous populations actively seeking integration into imperial society. The gradual yet pervasive spread of Latin throughout Dacian territories forged common communication capabilities, thereby facilitating both cultural integration and enhanced administrative efficiency. The implementation of Roman law effectively supplanted traditional Dacian legal customs with comprehensive imperial legal systems. These systems provided standardized procedures for property rights, commercial transactions, criminal justice, and civil disputes. Roman legal principles prominently emphasized written law, meticulously formalized procedures, and robust appeals processes, collectively offering greater predictability and enhanced protection for individual rights than had been available under traditional tribal legal systems. The introduction of Roman citizenship opportunities for qualified local populations created powerful incentives for cultural integration, simultaneously expanding the base of individuals endowed with full legal rights and protections. Architectural transformation throughout Roman Dacia involved both the ambitious construction of entirely new buildings adhering to stringent Roman standards and the ingenious modification of existing structures to accommodate Roman functional requirements and aesthetic preferences. Roman architectural techniques, skillfully introduced to Dacia, included innovative concrete construction, sophisticated arch and vault systems, advanced hypocaust heating, and intricate decorative elements. These elements collectively showcased Roman engineering capabilities while simultaneously providing improved functionality and enhanced comfort. Public buildings, meticulously constructed in the distinctive Roman style, served both practical functions and profound symbolic purposes, eloquently demonstrating imperial civilization and authoritative power. Urban planning principles, meticulously applied to Dacian settlements, resulted in highly organized city layouts featuring proper drainage systems, reliable water supply networks, efficient waste management, and well-maintained transportation systems. These infrastructural improvements profoundly enhanced public health and elevated the quality of life, while simultaneously serving as a testament to Roman administrative competence. The construction of aqueducts, sewers, and paved streets in major settlements provided critical infrastructure that supported larger populations while diligently maintaining sanitary conditions, which were absolutely essential for robust urban development. Public amenities, including luxurious baths, impressive theaters, and grand amphitheaters, offered a wealth of recreational and cultural opportunities, thereby enriching urban life and actively promoting Roman social customs. A significant aspect of Roman administration involved the careful integration of religious practices. While the imperial authorities introduced official Roman cults, they simultaneously permitted the continuation of local religious traditions, provided these could be adapted to fit within Roman frameworks, or were practiced privately without posing any direct challenge to the overarching imperial authority. The construction of magnificent Roman temples and the establishment of official priesthoods served to create robust institutional religious structures. These not only lent substantial support to the imperial political authority, but also offered essential spiritual services to the burgeoning Roman colonist population. Intriguingly, archaeological investigations have yielded compelling evidence suggesting that certain Dacian religious practices did indeed persist, albeit in modified forms, particularly within the more secluded rural areas where the pervasive Roman cultural influence remained noticeably circumscribed. The enduring presence of Dacian traditions was a multifaceted phenomenon, reflecting both the practical constraints faced by Roman efforts at cultural transformation and the deliberate Roman policies that strategically allowed for local customs to flourish, so long as they did not imperil political stability or economic productivity. Dacian craft traditions, for instance, continued to evolve, incorporating innovative Roman techniques and refined aesthetic preferences while steadfastly retaining their distinctive local characteristics. The exceptional traditional Dacian metalwork skills proved to be extraordinarily valuable for Roman mining and manufacturing operations. This symbiotic relationship created powerful economic incentives for the preservation and further development of this crucial local technical expertise, benefiting both the indigenous population and the imperial enterprise. Archaeological discoveries unearthed at various Roman Dacian sites reveal a complex tapestry of cultural synthesis. This intricate blending combined Roman and Dacian elements in unique ways, giving rise to distinctive provincial cultures that eloquently reflected both the imperial integration process and the nuanced local adaptation. Evidence of this cultural intermingling is abundantly present in pottery styles, decorative motifs, burial practices, and domestic architecture, all of which display hybrid forms incorporating elements from both traditions. These invaluable archaeological materials unequivocally demonstrate that cultural transformation in Roman Dacia was a process of mutual adaptation, a dynamic interplay of influences, rather than a simplistic replacement of indigenous traditions with Roman customs. The fascinating development of a unique Romano-Dacian cultural identity unfolded over generations of sustained interaction between Roman colonists and the indigenous populations. This prolonged engagement fostered the emergence of provincial cultures that, while maintaining steadfast loyalty to Roman political authority, also incorporated intrinsic local elements that mirrored the specific regional conditions and profound historical experiences of Dacia. This rich cultural synthesis laid robust foundations for a stable provincial society, one capable of effectively supporting Roman economic and political objectives. Simultaneously, it preserved social cohesion and cultural continuity, factors that were instrumental in facilitating long-term imperial control over territories that had, in earlier times, fiercely resisted Roman expansion through formidable military opposition. Despite the systematic nature and unwavering imperial backing, the comprehensive Romanization policies rigorously implemented throughout Dacia during the illustrious reigns of Trajan and his successors could not entirely obliterate the deep-rooted cultural traditions and resilient population groups that had flourished over many centuries of independent Dacian civilization. Even as Roman colonists established dominant positions within the burgeoning urban centers and the fertile agricultural regions, significant Dacian communities remarkably persisted in remote mountainous areas. In these secluded enclaves, Roman administrative control remained conspicuously limited, allowing traditional ways of life to continue with minimal interference from the imperial authorities, thus preserving a vital link to their ancestral heritage. These surviving populations not only maintained their physical presence, but also steadfastly preserved crucial elements of Dacian cultural identity, which would prove to be remarkably resilient throughout the entire period of Roman occupation. The majestic Carpathian mountain ranges offered natural refuges for those Dacian populations who resolutely chose resistance over accommodation, thereby creating isolated communities. These communities successfully preserved traditional social structures, indigenous religious practices, and time-honored economic activities, largely beyond the reach of systematic Roman cultural transformation efforts. Archaeological evidence gleaned from high-altitude settlements strongly indicates the continued occupation of sites that had been established during the pre-conquest period, with the material culture revealing a gradual adaptation to changed circumstances rather than a complete abandonment of traditional practices. showcasing a tenacious spirit of endurance. These resilient mountain communities developed sophisticated and ingenious strategies for maintaining their autonomy while judiciously avoiding direct confrontation with the formidable Roman military forces, which might have resulted in their utter destruction or forced relocation. The enduring persistence of traditional Dacian settlements in areas such as the rugged Retezat Mountains, the imposing Făgăraș Range, and the secluded valleys of the Apuseni Mountains reflected both the inherent geographical advantages these locations offered and the deliberate, well-conceived strategies employed for cultural preservation. These locations provided naturally defensive terrain, rendering Roman military operations exceedingly difficult and costly, while simultaneously offering invaluable access to natural resources, including abundant timber, expansive pasture land, and rich mineral deposits that could sustain self-sufficient communities. The scattered and dispersed nature of these settlements further rendered systematic Roman control impractical, as the exorbitant costs of maintaining permanent garrisons in such remote mountain locations far exceeded any potential economic or strategic benefits the Romans might have hoped to gain. Dacian resistance activities during the Roman period manifested in various forms, encompassing a spectrum from passive non-compliance with imperial administrative requirements to active and deliberate sabotage of Roman economic and military installations. The mountain-based Dacian communities periodically conducted strategic raids against Roman mining operations, vital transportation networks, and isolated settlements, all while meticulously avoiding major confrontations that might provoke overwhelming Roman retaliation. These resistance activities demanded careful and intricate coordination among the scattered communities and necessitated sophisticated intelligence networks capable of vigilantly monitoring Roman activities while meticulously planning operations that maximized damage to imperial interests and simultaneously minimized risks to the Dacian populations. The organizational structure of these resistance activities was a direct reflection of traditional Dacian military culture, astutely adapted to the harsh realities of operating under Roman occupation. Small, agile bands of warriors maintained their traditional weapons and honed their fighting techniques, concurrently developing innovative new tactics specifically suited to guerrilla warfare against Roman targets. The distinctive falx continued to serve as both a practical and fearsome weapon and a potent symbol of Dacian resistance. Archaeological finds from this period consistently show the continued production and active use of these characteristic curved blades in areas that remained beyond direct Roman control. Resistance leaders invariably emerged from the traditional warrior classes, individuals who possessed both the requisite military skills and the inherent community authority necessary to effectively organize and sustain opposition activities over extended periods. The intelligence networks supporting Dacian resistance operations comprised both formal communication systems established among the mountain communities and informal information gathering facilitated through contacts with Romanized populations who covertly harbored sympathies for independence movements. These intricate networks provided essential and timely information regarding Roman military movements, administrative policies, and economic activities. This crucial intelligence enabled resistance groups to plan highly effective operations while adeptly circumventing Roman countermeasures. The remarkable effectiveness of Dacian intelligence gathering was a testament to both traditional tribal communication methods and astute adaptations learned through careful observation of Roman administrative and military procedures, demonstrating a keen understanding of their adversary. Economic activities within the resistant Dacian communities placed a strong emphasis on self-sufficiency and the continuation of traditional production methods. These methods allowed them to operate independently of Roman commercial systems, while simultaneously providing the necessary goods and services for community survival. Traditional metalworking, for instance, continued to flourish in remote areas, where skilled Dacian smiths meticulously produced tools, weapons, and decorative objects using time-honored techniques that had been developed and refined over generations of independent cultural development. Agricultural practices steadfastly maintained traditional crop varieties and farming methods that were exceptionally well adapted to the local environmental conditions, requiring minimal external inputs or commercial relationships, thus reinforcing their autonomy. Religious practices among the resistant Dacian populations diligently preserved traditional Zalmoxian worship and its associated ritual activities. These practices maintained profound spiritual connections with their pre-conquest cultural identity, serving as a powerful anchor to their heritage. Sacred groves and ancient religious sites, nestled in remote mountain locations, continue to serve as vibrant centers for traditional ceremonies and community gatherings. These gatherings reinforced cultural cohesion and simultaneously provided spiritual justification for their continued resistance to Roman authority. The persistence of traditional religious practices reflected both a genuine and deeply held spiritual commitment and a deliberate strategy for cultural preservation, ensuring the distinctiveness of Dacian identity. Despite the concerted Roman efforts to promote imperial religious systems, beyond the mountainous refuges of active resistance, significant populations of free Dacian tribes maintained a fierce independence along the extended frontiers of Roman territorial control, where imperial authority gradually diminished with increasing distance from major administrative centers and military installations. Among these independent Dacian groups, the Carpi, who commanded territories in the strategically important region situated between the majestic Carpathian Mountains and the formidable Dniester River, represented the largest and most exceptionally organized entity. Archaeological evidence from their settlements unequivocally indicates that the Carpi maintained a sophisticated political organization, formidable military capabilities, and robust economic systems. These attributes enabled them to function effectively as autonomous political entities, engaging in complex and often nuanced relationships with both the Roman authorities and various other barbarian peoples, demonstrating their significant regional influence and resilience. The Carpi Tribal Confederation, a formidable alliance, comprised numerous subgroups that exerted control over vast territories, spanning what is recognized today as eastern Romania and Moldova. These resilient communities meticulously preserved their traditional Dacian cultural practices, even as they deftly adapted to the profoundly altered strategic landscape brought about by the relentless expansion of the Roman Empire. Carpi settlements were distinguished by their robust defensive fortifications, which ingeniously integrated both time-honored Dacian construction techniques and innovative architectural principles gleaned from their astute observation of Roman military engineering. This blend of indigenous wisdom and acquired knowledge afforded them a unique resilience against external threats. The spatial arrangement and archaeological remnants of Carpi sites offer compelling insights into a highly organized territorial structure, strategically positioned to command vital river crossings, crucial trade arteries, and fertile agricultural expanses. Concurrently, this sophisticated organization facilitated robust communication networks among their often scattered tribal contingents, ensuring cohesion and coordinated action. The Carpi military apparatus steadfastly upheld the venerable Dacian warrior culture, yet simultaneously cultivated and refined capabilities essential for effectively confronting the formidable Roman military legions and vigorously competing with other barbarian peoples for dominion over territories and access to coveted economic resources. Their seasoned warriors continued to skillfully wield the distinctive falx weapons, alongside a versatile arsenal of spears, shields, and archery equipment, which collectively afforded them considerable tactical flexibility in diverse combat scenarios. Within Carpi society, the deliberate perpetuation of professional warrior classes played a pivotal role, not only enabling sustained military operations, but also safeguarding a rich tapestry of cultural traditions that distinctly differentiated the Carpi identity from both the Roman population and other neighboring barbarian cultures. The political frameworks governing Carpi territories steadfastly adhered to traditional Dacian leadership patterns, while simultaneously evolving to meet the intricate diplomatic demands inherent in operating within a volatile region, where multiple powerful entities vied for influence and ultimate control. Carpi chiefs, through astute diplomatic strategies, meticulously navigated and balanced their intricate relationships with Roman authorities, various other Dacian factions, formidable Germanic tribes, and the nomadic Sarmatian peoples. This delicate balancing act was designed to robustly preserve Carpi independence and autonomy, thereby circumventing conflicts that could precipitously lead to devastating territorial losses or the forced displacement of their populations. The remarkable sophistication evident in Carpi diplomatic endeavors was a direct reflection of both their inherited, traditional Dacian political acumen and the profound lessons accumulated over generations of sustained interaction with a diverse array of cultures and complex political systems. Economic activities among the Carpi populace were prudently bifurcated, emphasizing both time-honored subsistence production methods and the cultivation of vital commercial relationships. These commercial ties afforded them crucial access to an array of goods and essential materials that were simply unobtainable within the confines of their own territorial boundaries. Carpi agricultural practices diligently maintained traditional crop varieties, while judiciously integrating innovations that significantly boosted productivity and fortified their food security. Livestock husbandry predominantly centered on the rearing of cattle, sheep, and horses, which served as dual sources of essential subsistence products and valuable trade commodities for exchange with contiguous peoples. Furthermore, their highly skilled craft production encompassed intricate metalworking, pottery, textile manufacturing, and woodworking, collectively supplying both their intrinsic domestic requirements and generating export products for robust commercial exchange. The Costoboci represented another profoundly significant free Dacian tribal collective, staunchly preserving their independence within the rugged, mountainous expanses situated between Dacia and the Black Sea coast. They were distinguished by their unwavering commitment to traditional cultural practices, concurrently developing highly specialized economic activities that formed the bedrock of their enduring political autonomy. Costoboci territories strategically encompassed vital mountain passes and fertile river valleys, affording them unparalleled control over critical access routes connecting Roman Dacia with the Pontic region. This advantageous geographical positioning conferred distinct strategic benefits, enabling their successful and sustained resistance against Roman expansionist overtures. Archaeological findings unearthed from Costoboci sites consistently attest to the continuous occupation of traditional settlement locations, with their material culture vividly displaying both an unbroken cultural continuity and a discerning, selective adoption of external influences. The social fabric of the Costoboci meticulously upheld traditional tribal structures, while simultaneously cultivating specialized roles and institutional frameworks deemed essential for adeptly managing intricate relationships with neighboring peoples and effectively adapting to the perpetually shifting economic and political landscapes. Costoboci communities were characterized by a dualistic settlement pattern, encompassing both agricultural enclaves nestled within fertile valleys and pastoral groups that expertly utilized expansive mountain grazing areas through well-established seasonal migration patterns. This intelligent integration of agricultural and pastoral economic pursuits provided a robust economic diversification that significantly bolstered community resilience, all while steadfastly preserving the traditional cultural practices intrinsically linked with both distinct lifestyle patterns. The military prowess demonstrated by the Costoboci conspicuously mirrored both their inherent traditional Dacian warrior culture and the shrewd adaptations necessitated for effectively defending their formidable mountainous territories against a multiplicity of external threats. Costoboci fortifications ingeniously incorporated natural defensive features, such as sheer cliffs and dense forests, while augmenting them with cleverly constructed elements that substantially enhanced their defensive capabilities without demanding massive labor investments. The inherently strategic location of Costoboci territories empowered them to command crucial access routes, simultaneously fostering and sustaining vital communication networks with other independent Dacian groups and potential allies among neighboring peoples, thereby strengthening their collective security. Religious practices among the free Dacian tribes diligently preserved their ancestral spiritual beliefs and time-honored ritual activities, while also pragmatically adapting to altered circumstances that necessitated modified approaches to their communal religious life. Traditional sacred sites, deeply revered and imbued with spiritual significance, continued to function as pivotal centers for religious observances, even as new ritual practices emerged and evolved to specifically address the unique challenges associated with steadfastly maintaining cultural identity under the relentless pressure of external influences. The enduring persistence of these traditional religious practices among free Dacian populations furnished profound spiritual foundations for cultural resistance, concurrently fostering the vital community cohesion indispensable for their effective political and military organization. Archaeological testimony concerning the tenacious survival of Dacian cultural elements within the confines of Roman Dacia unveils intricate patterns of cultural persistence, astute adaptation, and syncretic synthesis. These patterns unequivocally underscore the inherent limitations of Roman cultural transformation endeavors, notwithstanding their systematic implementation and robust imperial backing. Material culture recovered from Roman Dacian sites consistently reveals the ongoing production and utilization of objects that distinctly incorporate Dacian design elements, indigenous manufacturing techniques, and characteristic functional attributes existing harmoniously alongside Roman-style artifacts. These invaluable archaeological materials strongly suggest that Dacian cultural traditions not only endured among defiant populations ensconced in remote, inaccessible areas, but also flourished within Romanized communities, where a dynamic cultural mixing produced fascinating hybrid forms that skillfully preserved Dacian elements within broadly acceptable Roman frameworks. Pottery fabrication throughout Roman Dacia steadfastly continued to feature vessels that skillfully employed traditional Dacian forms, distinctive decorative motifs, and time-honored manufacturing techniques, while simultaneously integrating Roman stylistic elements and conforming to practical, functional requirements. Comprehensive archaeological analysis of ceramic assemblages retrieved from both bustling urban centers and tranquil rural sites consistently reveals a gradual evolution of pottery styles. These styles meticulously retained recognizable Dacian characteristics, even as they adapted to prevailing Roman cultural preferences and utilitarian needs. The enduring persistence of these traditional pottery forms attests to both their continued widespread use by indigenous Dacian populations and their discerning appreciation by Roman colonists, who frequently found local ceramic traditions to be functionally superior for specific applications. Metalwork traditions within Roman Dacia diligently preserved distinctive Dacian techniques and profound aesthetic preferences, while judiciously incorporating Roman technological innovations and influential stylistic trends. Archaeological discoveries of metalwork from the Roman period encompass a rich variety of artifacts, including intricate jewelry, robust tools, and elegant decorative objects. These items skillfully combine Roman and Dacian design elements in ways that forged truly distinctive provincial styles, reflecting the unique blend of cultures. The ongoing production of falx weapons, even in ingeniously modified forms, powerfully indicates the enduring persistence of traditional metalwork skills and deeply ingrained cultural symbols, persisting resolutely despite concerted Roman efforts to control weapon production and actively discourage resistance activities. Burial customs practiced throughout Roman Dacia provide compelling evidence of a profound cultural synthesis, skillfully blending Roman funeral customs with venerable Dacian mortuary practices. This amalgamation resulted in the creation of unique hybrid burial traditions that distinctly mirrored both the pervasive imperial cultural influence and the tenacious local cultural persistence. Extensive cemetery excavations consistently reveal graves that contain a fascinating array of grave goods, encompassing both Roman-style offerings and objects that profoundly reflect traditional Dacian spiritual beliefs and cherished cultural practices. The remarkable diversity of burial practices observed within individual cemeteries underscores the intricate cultural intermingling among populations that included Roman colonists, thoroughly Romanized Dacians, and individuals who consciously maintained stronger, more direct connections to their ancestral cultural practices. Toponymic evidence gleaned from place names across the entirety of the former Roman province of Dacia, furnishes crucial testimony to the enduring survival of Dacian linguistic and cultural elements. Despite the vigorous Romanization efforts and the extensive demographic shifts that characterized the period, a meticulous toponymic analysis reveals a myriad of place names that unequivocally derive from ancient Dacian linguistic roots. This phenomenon strongly indicates either the continued occupation of these areas by Dacian-speaking populations or the powerful persistence of a cultural memory that safeguarded traditional geographical designations, even in the face of profound political and demographic transformations. Furthermore, the spatial distribution of these Dacian-derived place names aligns precisely with areas where archaeological evidence consistently indicates persistent Dacian cultural elements, thereby suggesting systematic patterns of cultural survival rather than the haphazard retention of isolated linguistic fragments. River names spanning the entire Carpathian region offer particularly compelling testimony to the enduring presence of Dacian linguistic traditions, with many significant waterways steadfastly retaining ancient appellations directly traceable to the pre-Roman Dacian linguistic heritage. The majestic Mureș, the winding Olt, the powerful Jiu, and countless lesser streams all bear names that spring from ancient Dacian etymological roots, signifying either their continuous usage by indigenous Dacian-speaking communities or their subsequent adoption by later populations who recognized their inherent geographical aptness. This remarkable persistence of riverine nomenclature underscores both the practical imperatives associated with navigation and commercial exchange and the profound cultural continuity that meticulously preserved traditional geographical knowledge across successive political transitions. Similarly, the nomenclature of mountains and hills throughout the former Dacian territories faithfully preserves a multitude of instances of pre-Roman linguistic components, serving as potent indicators of either the unbroken lineage of indigenous populations or the tenacious grip of cultural memory that maintained ancestral geographical designations. A comprehensive analysis of mountain names reveals systematic patterns that correspond precisely with areas where other corroborating evidence points to sustained Dacian cultural persistence, thereby suggesting a coordinated preservation of traditional geographical knowledge rather than merely the random survival of isolated linguistic elements. These distinct toponymic patterns furnish crucial insights for comprehending the spatial distribution of cultural survival and illuminate the intricate mechanisms through which traditional knowledge was faithfully transmitted across successive generations. Settlement names scattered across the region feature a considerable array of examples that incorporate Dacian linguistic elements, appearing either as wholly preserved ancestral appellations or as integral constituents within composite designations that artfully combine Dacian and Latin components. The meticulous analysis of settlement toponymy unveils intricate tapestries of societal engagement that produced a fascinating linguistic amalgamation, mirroring the varying intensities of Roman influence and the resultant cultural metamorphoses. While some settlements steadfastly retained their traditional Dacian names throughout the entire Roman period, others evolved into hybrid names that seamlessly integrated both Dacian and Roman elements, thereby reflecting their distinctly mixed cultural character. Religious practices within Roman Dacia safeguarded a multitude of components of the deeply ingrained spiritual convictions and ceremonial observances of the Dacian people, notwithstanding the sanctioned propagation of Roman theological frameworks and the extensive construction of Roman temples and ecclesiastical institutions. Substantial archaeological findings attest to the enduring veneration and utilization of traditional sacred sites, often exhibiting adaptations that seamlessly integrated Roman structural aesthetics while yet steadfastly upholding the core sacral purposes intrinsic to Dacian rites. This sustained perpetuation of traditional religious practices reflects both an unwavering spiritual devotion and conscious endeavors towards cultural perpetuation that meticulously maintained a distinctive Dacian identity within acceptable Roman frameworks. Sacred grove traditions persisted, albeit in transmuted manifestations, throughout the Roman period, with archaeological evidence indicating an undiminished reverence for particular sylvan enclaves that had fulfilled profound sacred roles in the era preceding the Roman conquest. These venerable sacred sites often received structural augmentations that artfully employed Roman engineering prowess, while meticulously safeguarding the fundamental ritualistic precincts and ancestral ceremonial duties. The continued use of sacred groves signifies both the persistence of traditional spiritual beliefs and the pragmatic adaptability inherent in Roman religious governance, which judiciously countenanced indigenous observances, so long as these posed no direct affront to the paramountcy of imperial political dominion. Funerary practices throughout Roman Dacia seamlessly integrated the deeply held Dacian eschatological convictions regarding mortality and the subsequent existence in conjunction with established Roman burial rites, thereby forging a distinctively syncretic spectrum of sepulchral practices that vividly reflected complex cultural mixing. Forensic archaeological scrutiny of necropolitan locales brings to light burial practices that encompass characteristic Dacian grave accompaniments, prescribed ceremonial sequences, and specific spatial arrangements, harmoniously juxtaposed with prevailing Roman obsequial conventions and nascent Christian theological impacts that emerged during the later imperial period. This evident heterogeneity in burial rites serves as a powerful testament to an ongoing cultural intricacy, as opposed to a straightforward substitution of indigenous observances by Roman precedents. Material culture evidence for Dacian cultural persistence includes a myriad of artifact classifications that steadfastly preserved their ancestral configurations, distinctive ornamental features, and time-honored fabrication methodologies, even as they judiciously assimilated select Roman aesthetic currents. The distinctive allure of traditional Dacian adornment continued its prolific fabrication throughout the Roman period. Subsequent archaeological excavations have unearthed an impressive array of fibulae, armlets, and diverse ornamental accoutrements, which unequivocally safeguard the singular aesthetic predilections of the Dacian populace, simultaneously exhibiting the ingenious integration of Roman technological advancements and fashionable decorative motifs. This sustained output underscores both a profound cultural affinity and a robust market imperative that actively supported the maintenance of traditional craft skills. Textile production throughout Roman Dacia upheld time-honored methodologies and intricate ornamental designs, even as it judiciously integrated Roman raw materials and prevailing stylistic currents, thereby giving rise to a fascinating synthesis of textile heritage. Tangible archaeological vestiges pertaining to textile manufacture encompass a discernible collection of spindle whorls, loom weights, and fragmentary textile remnants that unequivocally illustrate the enduring application of ancestral fabrication processes, juxtaposed with the adoption of Roman textile innovations. The sustained perpetuation of indigenous textile motifs and artisanal approaches is indicative of both pragmatic exigencies dictated by regional ecological circumstances and deeply ingrained cultural inclinations that championed the preservation of unique Dacian aesthetic legacies. The role of Dacian cultural heritage in the formation of later Daco-Romanian identity represents a profoundly pivotal and often contentious dimension of the ethnogenetic trajectory of southeastern Europe, entailing intricate dynamics of cultural propagation, linguistic evolution, and the very crystallization of identity that unfolded across successive centuries subsequent to the imperial Roman evacuation from Dacia. The nexus connecting ancient Dacian cultural constituents with the subsequent evolution of Romanian civilization mandates scrupulous scholarly examination of archaeological findings, linguistic structures, and historical chronicles, simultaneously acknowledging the intrinsic constraints and epistemic ambiguities inherent in charting the unbroken thread of cultural succession across extended periods of political and demographic change. Linguistic evidence for Dacian cultural continuity and later Romanian development includes subterranean linguistic vestiges embedded within the fabric of the Romanian tongue that seemingly originating from ancient pre-Roman linguistic legacies. Yet the precise discernment and hermeneutics of these constituent parts continue to be subjects of vigorous academic contention. Specific Romanian linguistic characteristics that potentially betray a Dacian imprint encompass distinctive phonological attributes, specific lexical entries, and particular grammatical constructions that diverge notably from conventional Latin developmental trajectories and could conceivably point to an underlying influence emanating from non-Latin linguistic heritages. The analysis of potential Dacian substrate elements therefore demands a meticulous appraisal of alternative hypotheses, such as the impact from other non-Latin idioms or endogenous linguistic evolutions that may have produced similar results. The geographical distribution of Romanian-speaking populations exhibits a partial congruence with the geographical expanse of erstwhile Roman dominion. However, the intricate interplay between ancient geopolitical demarcations and the subsequent linguistic dispersal is intrinsically woven from complex historical narratives that thus resists facile interpretation solely through the lens of unadulterated cultural perpetuation. The evolution of the Romanian language transpired within an expansive milieu marked by significant demographic shifts, profound political upheavals, and dynamic cultural cross-pollinations, all of which profoundly shaped linguistic metamorphosis in manners that might have either veiled or fundamentally reshaped the initial correlations between ancient and medieval cultural patterns. Cultural practices among later Romanian populations encompass a myriad of components that could potentially signify an unbroken lineage with ancient Dacian traditions. Nonetheless, the precise identification of these ancestral linkages necessitates a meticulous analytical approach, one that rigorously differentiates authentic cultural perpetuation from fortuitous resemblances which might arise from analogous ecological settings or independent, convergent cultural trajectories. The entrenched Romanian agricultural methods, artisanal proficiencies, spiritual observances, and societal structures conceivably trace their origins to pre-Roman cultural heritages. However, conclusively establishing direct continuity mandates empirical substantiation capable of discerning genuinely inherited cultural constituents from subsequent assimilations or autonomous evolutionary pathways. The insidious weakening of Roman hegemony over the province of Dacia commenced considerably prior to Emperor Aurelian's official decree to relinquish the territory in 271 AD, a clear manifestation of the escalating pressures that had steadily intensified across the tumultuous 3rd century. The pervasive turmoil of the 3rd century crisis had exerted immense strain, pushing the formidable Roman military apparatus to its absolute limits, as concurrent hostile incursions across numerous imperial borders compelled the seasoned imperial commanders to confront progressively arduous strategic dilemmas concerning which domains could realistically be safeguarded with efficacy and which, conversely, constituted intolerable burdens upon the finite resources of the empire. The Dacian province, notwithstanding its fabled abundance of auriferous deposits, had progressively transformed into an economically burdensome frontier to sustain, as the ferocity of barbarian incursions grew unabated and the expenditures associated with securing the imperiled border spiraled upwards, surpassing the total economic dividends that could be garnered from the embattled region. The initial waves of Gothic depredations into Dacia had commenced as early as 238 AD, When these formidable Germanic tribes breached the formidable natural barrier of the Danube River and advanced deeply into established Roman dominions, thereby starkly exposing the inherent fragility of the province's expansive and often thinly stretched frontier bulwarks. The Gothic warriors commanded martial proficiencies that Roman legions frequently struggled to counteract with decisive efficacy, notably their exceptional tactical agility and their formidable aptitude for swiftly massing combatants against isolated Roman garrisons and outposts, only to then vanish with unsettling speed into territories lying beyond the direct reach of Roman authority. Such destructive incursions wrought considerable havoc upon established Roman settlements, vital mining enterprises, and crucial transportation arteries, simultaneously fostering an insidious psychological burden upon the colonist populations, who increasingly began to harbor profound doubts regarding the imperial administration's capacity to afford them sufficient security. During this era of palpable Roman vulnerability, the Carpi, those formidable free Dacian tribes who had steadfastly preserved their autonomy beyond the established Roman imperial frontiers, significantly escalated their raiding activities. Their primary objective was the vigorous reassertion of dominion over ancestral lands that had been forcibly annexed during Emperor Trajan's earlier victorious campaigns. The Carpi's military endeavors evinced a remarkable degree of strategic acumen and meticulous orchestration, deliberately focusing their assaults upon crucial Roman logistical arteries, vulnerable isolated garrisons, and vital economic infrastructure, all while assiduously circumventing direct, large-scale engagements that could potentially incite a devastating Roman counter-response. This enduring Carpi resistance signified a dual motivation, both an astute exploitation of immediate opportunities for aggression and a calculated, systematic campaign to erode Roman suzerainty over lands their chieftains unequivocally regarded as their rightful Dacian patrimony. Concurrently, the formidable Sarmatian peoples, originating from the expansive eastern steppes, introduced an additional layer of formidable barbarian pressure confronting the beleaguered Roman province of Dacia. These formidable Sarmatians were adept at executing lightning-fast cavalry raids, skillfully leveraging their inherent superior mobility to swiftly descend upon Roman settlements and subsequently disengage with equal rapidity, well before organized defensive detachments could mount any meaningful counteraction. The characteristic Sarmatian military doctrine underscored a philosophy of swift ingress and egress, employing devastating hit-and-run assaults designed to severely impede Roman economic endeavors. Crucially, these tactics were meticulously crafted to eschew prolonged pitched battles, which would invariably have played to the inherent strengths of superior Roman military organization and the formidable advantages conferred by their advanced armaments. The convergence of these distinct yet equally potent Gothic, Carpi, and Sarmatian aggressions precipitated a complex web of concurrent perils. This formidable tripartite pressure collectively surpassed the Roman Empire's capacity for effective defense, particularly given the inherently constrained military assets that could be realistically allocated to the arduous task of safeguarding its extensive and vulnerable frontier zones. The Roman military's strategic reactions to these progressively intensifying incursions starkly illuminated the profound tactical predicament confronting imperial commanders. They found themselves ensnared in an intractable quandary, possessing an insufficient complement of legions and auxiliary units to adequately protect every threatened outpost and settlement, while simultaneously striving to preserve the crucial offensive capacity indispensable for achieving a definitive triumph over their relentless, barbarian adversaries. A primary defensive paradigm involved the strategic consolidation of Roman military units within robustly fortified strongholds. While this approach undoubtedly afforded enhanced safeguarding for these particular locations, it concurrently entailed the regrettable relinquishment of vast swaths of territory to unhindered barbarian domination. This policy, in essence, amounted to an implicit forfeiture of sovereign territorial jurisdiction, all the while conspicuously failing to resolve the fundamental and systemic security challenges that plagued the province. Conversely, any proactive offensive maneuvers aimed at decisively vanquishing barbarian forces within their native domains necessitated a substantial deployment of military assets. Such an allocation, however, directly conflicted with the pressing requirement to utilize those very same resources for the imperative defense of other, more strategically vital provinces situated proximate to the very core of the Roman Empire. The financial burden associated with upholding Roman suzerainty over Dacia spiraled precipitously. This dramatic escalation was directly attributable to an inexorable rise in military expenditures, which coincided with a severe diminishment in the province's productive capacity. This decline, in turn, was a direct consequence of the incessant hostilities and the widespread displacement of its inhabitants, creating a devastating economic feedback loop. The once thriving gold mining operations, which had historically constituted the paramount economic rationale underpinning Rome's steadfast retention of Dacia, endured profound and crippling interruptions. Barbarian incursions were deliberately directed at vital mining facilities and the intricate transportation arteries indispensable for conveying these valuable precious metals to the imperial mints and the central treasuries of the empire, thereby undermining its very purpose. Concurrently, agricultural output across the entire province experienced a precipitous downturn. This decline was largely instigated by the mass exodus of rural inhabitants, who either sought refuge within the relative safety of fortified enclaves, or more drastically, completely deserted the beleaguered region. This demographic shift inevitably led to a drastic contraction of the provincial tax base, thereby severely curtailing the financial resources available to underwrite the escalating costs of military defense. The once flourishing urban centers scattered across Roman Dacia also suffered a pronounced demographic contraction. Both the original Roman colonists and the assimilated Romanized populace increasingly departed, driven by an urgent quest for greater personal security within the more tranquil and steadfastly governed territories of the expansive Roman Empire. Conclusive archaeological findings from prominent urban hubs, such as the venerable Ulpia Traiana Sarmizegetusa, unequivocally attest to a marked decrease in new construction, the widespread dereliction of residential quarters, and the hasty conversion of public edifices into defensive strongpoints, all symptomatic of the rapidly worsening security predicament. The sophisticated urban infrastructure, once a proud testament to Roman civilization's considerable triumphs in Dacia, progressively succumbed to neglect and decay. This deterioration occurred as vital maintenance funds were rerouted to satisfy urgent military exigencies, while the dwindling populace simultaneously diminished the overall requirement for municipal amenities. The pivotal imperial deliberations concerning Dacia's ultimate destiny necessitated an intricate matrix of considerations. These complex calculations meticulously weighed the province's diminishing economic utility against the prohibitive financial and human costs of its perpetual defense, whilst also carefully assessing the profound strategic repercussions inherent in any decision to relinquish the territory entirely. Emperor Aurelian's incisive appraisal ultimately determined that Dacia had transmuted into an undeniable strategic burden. It relentlessly consumed precious military assets that were critically required for the fortification of more vital frontier sectors, all the while yielding inadequate economic returns to legitimize ongoing imperial financial commitment. The sagacious emperor acknowledged that a complete withdrawal from Dacia would inevitably engender significant propaganda setbacks and might inadvertently embolden barbarian factions to instigate further incursions across other vulnerable imperial borders. Nevertheless, the feasible alternatives presented themselves as even more fraught with peril, particularly when juxtaposed against the empire's severely finite resources and the daunting array of concurrent threats it faced on multiple fronts. The systematic execution of the withdrawal from Dacia unfolded in a meticulously planned fashion. Roman administrative authorities meticulously orchestrated the comprehensive evacuation of Roman citizenry, all military contingents, and any valuable movable assets. Concurrently, a deliberate campaign of demolition was undertaken to dismantle and neutralize any infrastructure or installations that could potentially confer an advantage upon the impending barbarian occupants. Roman engineering corps meticulously raised defensive fortifications, rendered mining apparatus unusable, and systematically dismantled critical transportation networks, all with the explicit intent of denying their strategic value to any adversarial forces. Simultaneously, disciplined Roman military units executed highly organized retreats, providing essential escort and safeguarding for the civilian evacuees during their arduous transit towards more secure imperial domains. This monumental evacuation endeavor necessitated an exceptionally intricate level of concerted effort and meticulous synchronization among military leadership, civil administrative officials, and indigenous community figures. These diverse stakeholders were compelled to judiciously reconcile pressing security imperatives with formidable logistical limitations and the often sensitive political ramifications inherent in such a large-scale imperial disengagement. The subsequent resettlement of the displaced Dacian populations was predominantly effectuated within the Moesian provinces, situated strategically to the south of the formidable Danube River. Here, imperial administrators diligently facilitated the establishment of novel communities, specifically designed to enable the evacuees to preserve their distinctive Dacian cultural heritage, even as they were progressively integrated into the pre-existing administrative and social frameworks of these host provinces. To accommodate these relocated communities, the newly designated province of Dacia Aureliana was meticulously established, furnishing an essential administrative scaffold for the resettled inhabitants. This strategic move simultaneously served to safeguard the symbolic perpetuation of Roman identity, notwithstanding the physical relinquishment of the original Dacian territory. Further corroborating this, archaeological discoveries unearthed within these resettlement zones reveal that the evacuees transported considerable personal valuables and steadfastly upheld unique cultural customs, which clearly differentiated them from the pre-existing provincial populations. The enduring repercussions stemming from Rome's complete disengagement from Dacia transcended the immediate strategic and fiscal considerations. This momentous withdrawal profoundly reshaped the demographic composition and the cultural tapestry of southeastern Europe, setting in motion transformative processes that would irrevocably mold the region's trajectory for many subsequent centuries. The abrupt cessation of systematic Roman administrative governance and organized military safeguarding left a palpable power vacuum in its wake. This void became an arena where numerous barbarian factions fiercely vied for dominance, precipitating intricate population shifts and extensive territorial reconfigurations. These dynamic processes ultimately forged novel political and cultural paradigms across the entire Carpathian Basin. The establishment of Gothic populations within the previously Roman-governed Dacian territories unfolded in a progressive and incremental manner. These Germanic tribes systematically consolidated their authority over strategically vital areas, simultaneously demonstrating a remarkable capacity for adaptation to the prevailing agricultural and economic prospects inherent in regions that had been extensively cultivated and organized under the preceding Roman imperial stewardship. These burgeoning Gothic communities judiciously appropriated and repurposed segments of the extant Roman infrastructure wherever it remained operational. Concurrently, they forged their distinct settlement configurations and economic practices, which intrinsically mirrored their ancestral cultural traditions and their pragmatic adaptations to the local environment. The subsequent intermingling of these Gothic populations with the tenacious remnants of Romanized and indigenous groups fostered a profound and intricate cultural syncretism, giving rise to novel hybrid societies possessing uniquely discernible attributes. The vexed inquiry into the demographic persistence or complete rupture of populations within Dacia following the Roman withdrawal stands as one of the most fiercely debated subjects in the annals of southeastern European historiography. This scholarly dispute carries momentous implications for comprehending the foundational genesis of subsequent Romanian national identity and its distinctive cultural evolution. The proponents of the continuity theory posit that a substantial contingent of Romanized inhabitants persevered within Dacia subsequent to the imperial disengagement. These resilient communities, it is argued, steadfastly upheld their Latin-derived linguistic patterns and cultural customs, thereby establishing the crucial bedrock upon which the later ethnogenesis of the Romanian people would ultimately unfold. Supporting this perspective, archaeological discoveries encompass a range of material culture, exhibiting uninterrupted developmental trajectories, evidence of continuous occupation at specific settlement locations, and the discernible persistence of cultural practices that seemingly span the transitional chasm between the late Roman and nascent medieval eras. Conversely, advocates of the migration theory contend that the Roman withdrawal orchestrated a thorough and extensive evacuation of the populace, rendering Dacia largely uninhabited. According to this viewpoint, the province remained significantly depopulated until subsequent waves of Slavic and other migratory groups introduced new populations. These newcomers then purportedly assimilated Latin-derived linguistic components through their interactions with any surviving Romance-speaking enclaves situated in adjacent territories. This particular scholarly interpretation underscores several key factors. The profound societal upheaval precipitated by relentless barbarian incursions, the meticulously organized character of the Roman evacuation protocols, and notably, the scarcity of compelling archaeological data indicating uninterrupted habitation at numerous locations during the crucial transitional epoch spanning the late Roman and early medieval periods. The linguistic data pertinent to the enduring Daco-Romanian continuity necessitates a multifaceted examination, This includes a rigorous analysis of any substrate components embedded within the Romanian language that potentially originate from pre-Roman Dacian tongues, an investigation into Latin linguistic evolutions that might signify localized environmental and cultural impacts, and a comprehensive study of the spatial dispersion of Romanian-speaking communities relative to the established ancient territorial demarcations. Specific characteristics within the Romanian language lend credence to the arguments for continuity. These encompass distinctive phonological shifts that could potentially betray a substratum influence from the Dacian language, lexical entries that seemingly originate from localized rather than conventional Latin etymologies, and peculiar grammatical constructions that might signal the incorporation of non-Latin linguistic paradigms during the formative period of Romanian ethnogenesis. Latin linguistic influences during Romanian ethnogenesis. Throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, a remarkable surge in archaeological endeavors fundamentally reshaped scholarly perceptions of Dacian civilization. These extensive investigations simultaneously furnished indispensable evidence for the protracted academic discussions surrounding cultural persistence and the significant demographic shifts that unfolded in the aftermath of the Roman legion's withdrawal from the region. Systematic and meticulous excavations conducted across prominent Dacian locations have brought to light compelling indicators of sophisticated urban planning, highly advanced metallurgical techniques, intricate religious architectural designs, and expansive trade networks. These revelations collectively underscore the remarkable zenith of cultural development achieved by Dacian society prior to its eventual subjugation by Roman forces. A prime example of this revelatory work can be found in the excavations at Sarmizegetusa Regia, primarily undertaken during the mid-20th century. These archaeological ventures unearthed a wealth of architectural remnants, vividly showcasing the profound ingenuity embedded within Dacian urban design and the profound spiritual depth reflected in their sacred structures. Within the consecrated confines of the sacred precinct, archaeologists discovered a multiplicity of temple edifices, meticulously constructed from precisely hewn and fitted stone blocks. Complementing these were circular sanctuaries, thoughtfully aligned with celestial phenomena, alongside rectangular edifices conjectured to have served either administrative or profound ceremonial purposes. The exceptional caliber of the stonemasonry and the intricate architectural foresight evident at Sarmizegetusa Regia stood in commendable rivalry with contemporary Roman construction methodologies, yet simultaneously preserved distinctly Dacian aesthetic and functional characteristics. Further archaeological investigations, meticulously carried out at other significant Dacian strongholds, including Costești, Cetetsuie, Blidaru, and Piatra Roșie, have unveiled the impressive scale and intricate engineering of Dacian defensive systems. These findings concurrently offer valuable insights into the social stratification and the economic mechanisms that underpinned and sustained these formidable military installations. The distinctive Murus Dacicis construction technique, meticulously analyzed through detailed archaeological scrutiny, epitomized innovative engineering prowess. This method yielded defensive walls that, in numerous respects, surpassed the efficacy of contemporary Roman fortification strategies. The strategic integration of multiple defensive lines, sophisticated water management infrastructure, and residential quarters within these fortified complexes unequivocally demonstrated comprehensive planning capabilities, designed to sustain substantial populations through prolonged periods of siege. Discoveries pertaining to material culture unearthed from Dacian sites have yielded exhaustive documentation regarding the sophisticated craft production, the considerable artistic achievements, and the technological innovations that conspicuously characterized Dacian civilization during its flourishing peak. Artifacts fashioned from various metals unequivocally demonstrate advanced metallurgical competencies for crafting both utilitarian implements and exquisitely decorative items. A particular excellence was observed in gold and silver working, reflecting not only exceptional technical skill, but also a refined aesthetic sensibility. Concurrently, pottery production unveiled distinctive Dacian ceramic traditions, while also indicating a judicious adoption of external influences acquired through vibrant trade contacts and dynamic cultural interchange. Religious artifacts meticulously recovered from Dacian sites have significantly elucidated the spiritual convictions and the intricate ritualistic practices that were instrumental in fostering cultural cohesion and conferring political legitimacy within the fabric of Dacian society. Votive offerings, intricately designed ceremonial vessels, and architectural components intrinsically linked to religious edifices collectively attest to the pivotal role of Zalmoxian worship in shaping Dacian cultural identity. These discoveries further reveal the sophisticated theological concepts and the elaborate ritualistic procedures that were emblematic of Dacian religious observance. The palpable integration of religious and political authority, demonstrably evident in the archaeological record, offers a compelling explanation for the remarkable effectiveness of Dacian resistance against Roman expansion and the enduring tenacity of their cultural identity, even in the face of military subjugation. Modern academic inquiry into Dacian civilization has substantially benefited from the adoption of interdisciplinary methodologies. These approaches deftly integrate archaeological evidence with rigorous linguistic analysis, extensive comparative cultural studies, and critical evaluations of historical sources, thereby fostering a more profound and comprehensive understanding of Dacian society and its profound historical import. Notably, Romanian scholars have played exceptionally significant roles in advancing Dacian research. However, their scholarly contributions have, at times, been imbued with nationalist perspectives, which tend to accentuate cultural continuity and Romanian ethnic origins in ways that could potentially compromise the impartiality of objective historical analysis. Conversely, international scholarly collaboration has demonstrably enriched Dacian studies. By introducing a diverse array of methodological approaches and theoretical frameworks to complex historical inquiries, such collaboration has effectively mitigated the pervasive influence of nationalist bias that has occasionally characterized regional academic discourse. Comparative investigations, juxtaposing Dacian material culture with contemporaneous Celtic, Germanic, and Thracian traditions, have furnished broader contextual insights for comprehending Dacian cultural evolution. These studies have simultaneously pinpointed distinctive characteristics that unequivocally mark Dacian civilization as uniquely prominent among the ancient societies of Europe. The progressive evolution of Dacian studies into a distinct academic discipline has been marked by continuous and vigorous debates concerning methodological rigor, the nuanced interpretation of archaeological evidence, and the intricate relationship between excavated data and existing historical source materials. Early scholars predominantly relied upon classical literary accounts, which frequently provided information about Dacian society that was either inherently biased or notably incomplete. While contemporary researchers have increasingly prioritized archaeological evidence for its capacity to offer more objective insights into Dacian cultural practices and social organization, the judicious integration of both archaeological and textual evidence continues to pose formidable challenges, necessitating meticulous methodological consideration and a critical appraisal of source reliability. The profound significance of Dacian heritage in the modern formation of Romanian national identity stands as one of the most compelling illustrations of how ancient history has been strategically harnessed during the nation-building endeavors of the 19th and 20th centuries. Romanian intellectuals and political figures have consistently underscored the intrinsic connections between ancient Dacian civilization and contemporary Romanian culture. These linkages are frequently presented as fundamental cornerstones for articulating national identity claims and bolstering arguments for territorial legitimacy. This particular nationalist interpretation of Dacian history has permeated and influenced educational curricula, shaped the narratives of cultural institutions, and significantly impacted political discourse. In many instances, this pervasive influence has regrettably prioritized ideological objectives over a commitment to historical accuracy. The process of mythologizing Dacian history and Romanian national culture has effectively forged heroic narratives. These narratives predominantly emphasize Dacian resistance against Roman imperialism, often portraying the formidable figure of Decebalus as a staunch defender of Romanian ancestral territories against foreign incursions and conquests. Such mythological interpretations frequently oversimplify inherently complex historical processes. Furthermore, they tend to anachronistically project modern nationalist concepts onto ancient societies, which, in reality, operated according to fundamentally different political and cultural principles. The enduring persistence of these mythological elements within popular culture and political rhetoric serves as a powerful testament to the profound influence that historical narratives exert upon contemporary identity formation and the dynamics of political mobilization. Educational policies in modern Romania have consistently positioned Dacian history as an indispensable foundation for Romanian national identity. Concurrently, these policies have actively promoted continuity theories, which serve to buttress claims for Romanian ethnic authenticity and reinforce arguments for territorial legitimacy. School textbooks and university curricula have traditionally presented Daco-Romanian continuity not as a scholarly hypothesis, but rather as an established historical fact. This pedagogical approach has fostered educational environments that regrettably discourage the critical examination of alternative interpretations. These specific educational methodologies have profoundly influenced multiple generations of Romanians, simultaneously contributing to the rise of nationalist political movements that strategically leverage historical claims to achieve contemporary political objectives. Cultural institutions across Romania have actively championed Dacian heritage through a diverse array of initiatives, including museums, monuments, festivals, and artistic productions, all designed to celebrate the ancient achievements of the Dacians. While consistently emphasizing the enduring connections with contemporary Romanian culture, the National Museum of Romanian History in Bucharest proudly showcases extensive Dacian collections. These archaeological discoveries are presented within interpretive frameworks that prominently feature themes of cultural continuity and national identity. Regional museums, situated throughout Transylvania and other historical territories once inhabited by Dacians, have developed specialized exhibitions. These exhibits actively promote local connections with ancient Dacian civilization, simultaneously supporting cultural tourism and contributing to the formation of distinct regional identities. The political instrumentalization of Dacian history has manifested in various forms throughout modern Romanian history. Different political movements and their leaders have selectively emphasized specific facets of Dacian heritage that align with and bolster their particular ideological objectives and policy agendas. During the communist era, particularly under the leadership of Nicolae Ceausescu, Romanian politics conspicuously foregrounded Dacian themes. This was strategically done to offer alternatives to Soviet-influenced historical narratives, while simultaneously promoting Romanian independence and cultural authenticity within the confines of the Eastern Bloc. In the post-communist political landscape, Romanian politics has continued to invoke Dacian heritage in ongoing debates concerning European integration, the contentious issue of minority rights, and territorial disputes with neighboring nations. Contemporary archaeological research persistently yields novel evidence pertaining to Dacian civilization. This ongoing investigative work continues to contribute significantly to the enduring scholarly debates surrounding cultural continuity, demographic transformations, and the complex relationship between ancient and modern populations within the dynamic region of southeastern Europe. The intricate interplay between ancient and modern populations in southeastern Europe constitutes a profound area of historical inquiry, revealing how the echoes of bygone eras continue to resonate within contemporary societies. This enduring connection is often explored through archaeological findings, genetic studies, and the persistent threads of cultural memory that link ancestral communities to their present-day descendants, illustrating a continuous narrative of human experience across millennia. Groundbreaking archaeological investigations, particularly those conducted at significant locations such as Roșia, Montana, have progressively brought to light compelling new evidence, underscoring the remarkable sophistication and advanced engineering prowess inherent in ancient Dacian mining operations. Concurrently, these very discoveries have inadvertently ignited a series of pressing contemporary political and ethical debates, revolving around crucial issues of environmental stewardship, sustainable development, and the imperative to meticulously safeguard invaluable cultural heritage for future generations. The seamless integration of cutting-edge modern scientific methodologies, encompassing precise techniques such as radiocarbon dating, comprehensive DNA analysis, and advanced geographic information systems, GIS, has dramatically augmented the capabilities of archaeological research. These innovative tools not only refine our understanding of chronological sequences and demographic movements, but also furnish an entirely novel spectrum of empirical evidence, profoundly enriching and diversifying the avenues available for robust historical interpretation and scholarly inquiry. The profound and far-reaching legacy of Dacian civilization transcends the confines of purely academic historical research and the often charged rhetoric of nationalist political movements. Instead, its influence permeates and actively shapes contemporary cultural production, stimulates the flourishing of heritage-based tourism development, and significantly molds international perceptions concerning the intricate tapestry of Romanian history and the multifaceted dimensions of its national identity in the modern era. Representations of Dacian history disseminated through popular culture, including compelling cinematic productions, engaging historical novels, and various other multimedia platforms have undeniably succeeded in cultivating widespread public awareness regarding the remarkable achievements and cultural ingenuity of the ancient Dacians. However, this popularization often comes with the caveat of simultaneously perpetuating idealized or mythological interpretations that regrettably may diverge significantly from, or even directly conflict with, the rigorous and evidence-based understanding meticulously established by scholarly historical research. The burgeoning sector of cultural tourism, specifically that which is meticulously structured around the rich tapestry of Dacian heritage, has evolved into a substantial and economically vital force for various regions boasting major archaeological sites. This economic impetus not only generates significant revenue, but also concurrently establishes powerful incentives for the diligent preservation of these invaluable historical assets, and fosters an environment conducive to comprehensive public education concerning the intricacies of ancient history. There has been a substantial and gratifying surge in the international scholarly recognition afforded to the historical significance of Dacian civilization. This heightened appreciation is a direct consequence of ongoing and meticulous archaeological research, which has progressively unveiled the profound sophistication and intricate complexity that characterize Dacian society, thereby unequivocally demonstrating its pivotal and influential role in the broader panorama of ancient European cultural development. The prestigious UNESCO World Heritage designation bestowed upon the magnificent Dacian fortresses of the Orăști Mountains has been instrumental in providing unparalleled international recognition for these critically important archaeological sites. Beyond mere acknowledgement, this designation has concurrently served to establish rigorous global preservation standards, ensuring the longevity and integrity of these historical treasures, and has actively stimulated and promoted further invaluable scholarly research into their rich history and architectural marvels. A vibrant landscape of academic conferences, comprehensive scholarly publications, and dynamic collaborative research projects has collectively fostered the emergence of robust international networks comprising dedicated scholars. These specialists are actively engaged in exploring and elucidating various intricate aspects of Dacian history and archaeology, thereby promoting cross-cultural dialogue and advancing collective understanding within the global academic community. The persistent and profound fascination surrounding Dacian civilization serves as a compelling testament not only to the extraordinary achievements and enduring ingenuity of this ancient society, but also to the contemporary relevance of fundamental questions. These inquiries delve into the complexities of cultural identity, the threads of historical continuity, and the intricate, often evolving relationship that exists between cherished ancient heritage and the formation of modern national consciousness. The Dacian people forged a remarkably sophisticated civilization, distinguished by its resilience, which admirably managed to withstand the relentless pressures of Roman expansion for several generations. Simultaneously, they cultivated distinctive and influential cultural traditions that profoundly shaped subsequent historical developments across the expansive region of southeastern Europe. Their eventual subjugation by the formidable Roman Empire signified far more than a mere military defeat. It heralded the wholesale transformation of an entire cultural landscape, a landscape that would thereafter never quite reclaim the profound political unity and the singular cultural distinctiveness that had so powerfully characterized the illustrious kingdom under the leadership of Decebalus. The profound historical impact of Dacian civilization stretches considerably beyond the finite chronological boundaries of their independent political existence. Its pervasive influence demonstrably shaped cultural development, etched itself into enduring demographic patterns, and fundamentally molded historical consciousness across the entirety of southeastern Europe in ways that continue to echo powerfully within contemporary political and cultural debates. Irrespective of whether this influence manifests through direct population continuity, intricate processes of cultural transmission, or the enduring power of historical memory, the legacy of the Dacians persistently remains a vital and indispensable force in comprehending the multifaceted and complex historical processes that have inextricably shaped modern Romania and the broader Carpathian region. The dynamic and ongoing scholarly investigation into Dacian history and archaeology provides an assurance that our collective understanding of this remarkable and influential civilization will continue its natural process of evolution and refinement. Moreover, these dedicated efforts simultaneously contribute significantly to a broader reservoir of knowledge concerning ancient European societies in general, illuminating their profound and enduring influence on the subsequent trajectory of historical development across the continent. The historical development of any given phenomenon or entity refers to the comprehensive and chronological unfolding of its existence, meticulously tracing its trajectory from inception through successive periods of change and adaptation. This intricate process demands a rigorous examination of the foundational elements that initially shaped its form, alongside the myriad influences, be they social, economic, political, or technological, that have incrementally molded its character over centuries. It involves discerning the critical junctures and transformative events that have acted as catalysts for significant shifts, thereby illuminating the complex interplay of forces responsible for its current state and its potential future evolution. Such an analytical journey provides invaluable insights into the enduring legacy and the dynamic progression inherent in its very being.